Hey there gorgeous gays, version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker patch 6.450. Sorry, it is time for Alliance Raid to end. Myths of the Realm. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm already tired today. I was at concerts for like 2 days in a row. And also it's really hot. So today's mission is to not fall asleep while we're in the raid itself. Look, I'll be honest, it's going from Pandemonium and just every tier of Pandemonium just like stroking me from the back. And then just getting to these. It's hard to be like super excited for it. I'm sorry. It's hard to be like pumped for this. Even, I'll be honest, even story-wise, I'm not exactly like, oh hell yeah, I can't wait to see what the end of the story of Myths of the Realm is. Because so far we've just been meeting the gods. And the gods have just said, fight us and learn about us. And we're just doing that. I'm like, okay. It's something that is hard to be like super pumped for and super excited for. Well, I don't know, it's this weird thing of like the 12 have been hyped up for so long. Just by their existence and how much of Eorzea they affect. Well, obviously you've got Louis Suarez like summoning them at the end of 1.0, but it's just like while you're in Eorzea, characters are constantly talking about the 12 that they worship. You're like seeing statues going around Thanalan of them. People are like saying them constantly in prayers. You have like Heavenswood, where the entire thing is about their devotion to Halone. Fucking like the theme music there is literally like Guide Us, O Mighty Fury. You're going to Stormblood and like Rhalga is a big deal, and like Rhalga's got this giant statue and everything. They've been hyped up for so long. And then we're meeting them and it's just like their fights are really lackluster because they're so slow. And story-wise so far, I don't really know what's going on with them. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, the concept of deities in 14, especially with Endwalker, right? Because, like, Endwalker has a whole theme going on with gods and everything because, you know, Banar and Hydaelyn. And that's, like, obviously what we're doing here. Like, the story is obviously in some capacity of just, like, are we being tested to, like, do the gods even need to be around anymore kind of thing? That's, like, obviously what's going on because, you know, it's Endwalker and that's Endwalker's themes. Look to those who... But I don't know, I feel like it should be more exciting. It's something that, like, what this game is usually really good at is getting you excited for stuff that has been built up over a long period of time. And normally this game fucking nails that, and I just don't feel that with this Alliance Raid. We've been talking about the 12 for so long, and the payoff just doesn't feel like this is a concept that they've been building towards since 1.0. That's the main thing I'll say. Also, today is just other 6.50 stuff. In a rare departure, we've not done it for the rest of Endwalker. The rest of Endwalker has typically been... Where is Moderna? There it is. I actually have a lot of things on this list now, so I have to actually look for Moderna. The rest of Endwalker patches, I mean, 6.1, we condensed everything into like a single thing because there was hardly any put into there because 6.1's your raid patch. So it's just like, well, I'm not doing ultimates, I'm not doing stuff like that, so not much to really show off here. But like 6.2, 3, and 4, it was always a case of, all right, we've got the MSQ, we've got the raid tier, and that combines with like the point XO and the point X1 stuff, and then we do like point X5 as its own stream. Point 6.5 is a little bigger, it's a bit chunkier. So we're separating that a bit more. So today is like just 6.50 stuff that isn't MSQ, and then the next stream is 6.51 because that will have a variant dungeon in it. And a alliance raid tier combined with a variant dungeon is something that we can't really fit into a single stream. So those will be split up. And then after that will be 6.55 as our finale for Endwalker. And at some point in all of that, probably between 0.51 and 0.55, we're gonna like read the load and stories. We're getting close to the end of Endwalker. That's exciting. Anyway, Derek, hi. I have also brought a monkey. I see you also have a monkey. The heart of the myth. Derek is awaiting word from Cryo. Penis! What's up, Graphs? A manifest. It's good of you to come, but I'm afraid there's still no word from Kral and Grahatia. They're working as fast as they can to compile the findings of our investigation, I shouldn't doubt. But between the Phantom Realm's etheric data and the Monument's epigraph, they have much and more to review. Now, while awaiting developments, I have a mind to pay Snowgame a visit in the Omphalos. If you aren't otherwise occupied, you should come too. Snowgame! Monkeys! Monkeys! Oh, it's like they were running off together! It's like they were running off together. No, it's adorable. Yo! Does anyone want to come kill an A rank with me? Does anyone want to come kill an A rank with me? I found an A rank. What are my achievements for my A ranks? Have I done all the A ranks in Aron Reborn yet? I've done all the ones in the Shroud. I don't have all the Thunderland and Lenosha ones. But I have done... So I have killed this before, because I do have this one. I just need to find one A rank in Thunderland I haven't done, and one in Lenosha that I haven't done. They'll all be all my A ranks. Not the S ranks, though. I'm not part of any servers yet that, like, do hunts. I'm waiting until I, obviously get caught up on Dawn Trail. Because I don't want to get spotted on Dawn Trail areas. But theoretically, if a game in a series that's on the list was revealed at the Game Awards, would you want to watch the trailer? I guess it depends. Because I usually avoid watching trailers because they make things less exciting. Yeah, I got 40 Allied Seals. That's a couple of free travel tickets. Let's go. I feel like you just need to tell me what the game is. I feel like you need to tell me what the game is for me to answer that question. I don't know what the series is entirely about, so I'm kind of stumped. Yeah, I think it depends on the series. Control 2. Oh, I'd have absolutely no context for that, so yeah, I'd watch it. I have absolutely no context for like any Remedyverse stuff. People would just say Remedyverse games are good, so I chucked them on the list one day. I just chucked Remedyverse stuff on the list one day, so I was like, fuck it, why not? But yeah, that's the type of thing where I have no context. But like, I know Control in the sense that you play as that woman that I've known a number of lesbians have had the hots for. I think it's because she has red hair and a leather jacket, so I get it. And she's in like that brutalist architecture. And you shoot people, but like, magic. I don't know much more than that. So it'd probably be the type of thing where I would have like not enough context to remember anything from the trailer, and I could watch it and just be like, oh, that's cool. Ook. Snowgame has become something of a fixture here. So focused is she on her workshop and the guys say think sustenance. I pray her health doesn't suffer. Fucking Charlian nerds in their unwillingness to eat food. I've seen people try to be like, it's bullshit that Y'shtola's not fat in this game because Y'shtola is a researcher, so all Y'shtola does is sit around all day and reading, so therefore she should have a few more kilos on her. And my response is just like, one, Y'shtola runs around a lot. She's by the sounds, she runs around a lot. And two, all of the nerds in Charlian in this game are consistently categorized as people who research so intensely that they forget to eat. If you want to make large Y'shtola, because like it's your personal preference, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But to try and say that that's what it canonically is in the game because canonically that's what the game presents as making sense. No. No. No, like people, I don't know, I've seen people try to categorize Y'shtola as just like, oh, she just lounges around all day researching and eating food, so she shouldn't be like a skinny cat girl. And I'm just like, where are you getting this image of Y'shtola from? She runs around all the fucking time. Like, yeah, Y'shtola loves getting deep into her books, but she also, like, has always prioritized hands-on experience when she can. And also, every Sharlayan in this game is categorized as, we needed to develop disgusting fish bread so they would remember to eat. So, also, wasn't she also living in the woods? She was also living in the woods for a couple of years. Now, people say that if anything, Urianger should be chubbier. I can understand Urianger. I could understand Urianger because Urianger, like, isn't anywhere near as much of a on-the-field person as someone like Y'shtola. I can understand Urianger a bit more. I feel like Urianger's probably put on a couple of pounds just working with the bunnies alone, just by trying to introduce the bunnies to more food that's that isn't carrots. Kryl, I mean, yeah, Kryl hasn't had much field time. So yeah, I can also understand Kryl. Because Kryl hasn't had much field time because she's always just in the, students about Nessia. But it's like Y'shtola, again, like, I don't get it for Y'shtola, because it's just like Y'shtola has already been shown in the game to get so enveloped in reading that she forgets to sleep. She's also gonna forget to eat during that. And then she goes from that to immediately let's plunder, like, an underground treasure vault. Like, in a heartbeat. If it isn't Manifest, then Derek. Hey, lesbian. You can't just introduce yourself to everyone in Aelzeal that way, Manifest. Can't tell me what to do. But no, Kraloraha, I see. Unfortunately. Speaking of whom, would you not prefer to be with them in Sharlayan? You're a researcher too, after all. I have found myself much more effective in the field. Just what I'm talking about. Being here gives me inspiration, you see. And I've lately been mulling over the opening words of the epigraph. Y'shtola, let's leap to our death's rule. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. The suggestion that faith has shaped the nature of the 12 paints a truly intriguing picture. But they're not primals. If truth be told, I was also hoping that I might speak with the gods again. But they haven't graced us since the time we solved the mystery of the monument. They only do so on exceptional occasions, it seems. Those occasions are when I'm here. Be that as it may, I believe there may be another way to see them. When we journey with the gods, Asama told me that each of them wished to speak with you in private. You, Manifest! If you were to call them before their heavens, I have a feeling they will answer. So, won't you give it a try? And afterwards let us know what they say? I, for one, see no harm in it. But if you're disinclined, then do not feel pressured. It is entirely your decision. But they're not primals. You have an opportunity to speak with those of the 12 whom you have encountered thus far. Do so call them before the entrances to their respective heavens. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm the ones I fought. I want to talk to the others, though. The God's Beer. Got a Labyrinth of the Ancients done. I stand by that like some other things that need to like remake them. The Infilos. Alright, by God! By God! Have you got the thighs? Hello! Oh, Manifest! Pleased I am that you should seek me out. I had wished to speak with you. It does me well to see that you've been dedicating yourself to crafting. In my capacity as the builder, I watch your progress upon this path with keenest interest. Tell me, why have you neglected your leave quest for so long, though? Yet the crafting embodies the spirits of improvement and advancement. It is my hope that you'll strive ever forward, and seize that which you most desire with your own hands. I've just jomed it, so it won't be a demon this time. I need some form of explanation on Manifest, have you done your weekly turn-ins? Have you tried a special dialogue if you're their Patreon? I don't subscribe to any of their Patreons. I've subscribed to one Patreon, but I guess we can't talk to her just yet. Because I haven't encountered her yet. Well, it isn't the dauntless Manifest. So glad that either you were thus called to me. When you and yours investigate the origins of the FFXIV, you posited some interesting theories. The connection between myself and the Sylph's divinity in particular. You did well to draw that conclusion. Your inquiring minds have taken you far, child of man, and they will take you further still. But tell me, why did you dishonor my statue by having sex with that blonde woman upon my hand? I thought you thought it would be cool, honestly. I mean, I was acting last time Viagot was on screen. Yeah, but since then we've seen La Habrea. Yeah, and the marriage bed is still the only time it comes up. Yeah. I don't mind, I'm just curious why you decided that was a good place. Who the hell is launching fireworks? Christmas celebration? Are we on one of the 12 days of Hanukkah? Slash, do you use fireworks to celebrate Hanukkah? Hanukkah fireworks? I guess Hanukkah fireworks? Ah, Manifest, at the last you've come. I was right to entrust your zealous scholar companion with the message. Ever since our first meeting, I knew I must simply see you again. And then they had sex. There is something familiar about you. You awoken forgotten feelings in me. Feelings that once smoldered like embers amidst the ashes. Connection between Azema and Azim, maybe? Perhaps you resemble someone I knew long ago. Yet whatever the reason, your presence gives me comfort and warmth. May your light ever burn bright. Alright, Nathal! The best design of all the gods. Manifest, we bid you welcome. Though we appear to be two beings, a dual-aspected divinity, 'twas not always so. Man hopes harbor power, and 'twas his faith, offered over millennia, that shaped us into our present form. In answer to your faith, we, the traders, shall watch over mankind as he strives for that which he desires. Wait, so they weren't always dual aspected. Is that saying the idea that Nalthal was actually two separate beings is an idea that came up later, and then so Nalthal turned into two separate beings that are conjoined, that joins together into a single one. Because if so, that just brings up some confusion in terms of like familial relations. Like, if the people imagine that one of them is the other's father, and then somehow over the course of history, that myth gets construed, instead of one being the other's father, one's the other's brother, does that, like, retroactively change that? To be like, oh, our relation is now actively changed. Because I mean, I very easily could be wrong. I always thought the history of Nalthal was that Nalthal was two separate beings that then joins together. But that's kind of implying it's been the other way around. That they were one being, and then man's faith over time twisted them into being two beings. Heaven of Ice! Helene! Again, Helene is one of the ones that gets a pass on being just more of a normal person because war. Same with Bayagot. Bayagot is a dude, so he gets to be builder. So he looks like more of a dude than the others. I can also understand it for Nofika, because Nofika's meant to be of like nature. So her looking like the most like a normal person also makes sense for Nofika. You could have her being like nature in terms of being a plant thing, but you'd also have her being nature in terms of just she looks the most natural. And trust me, they look natural. How bold of you are to summon me, Manifest. 'Tis no less than I expect from you. In recognition of your valor and deeds, I offer a word of counsel. Well do I know the power of men's hopes, of mortal faith, and there is no faith that I reject. Yet in every age, there are those who invoke the name of the divine for their own ends. Be not misled by them. Girl, you're a little late. I already did Heavenswood. I already did Heavenswood. I killed the Pope. Mavina! Did you bring your dog with you? Aww. A manifest. What a delightful surprise. You wished to see me, didn't you? I'm truly grateful that we can talk like this. As you know, I'm the goddess of love. Yet that obviously doesn't mean I have a monopoly on love. For instance, my brethren love mankind with all their hearts, just like me. And whether or not Ashan is my beloved as mortals believe, I have more than enough room in my heart for everyone. Be it men or gods, I love you all alike. Mavina! Polyamorous queen! And needless to say, I love my adorable Dalaman too, whom you and yours gifted to me. Yay! Let's see, what's up, Lich? Welcome. I am currently surrounded by gods. I am currently surrounded by gods. God, the Namazu quest is so arse as Gatherer. I don't know if I've done like any society quest as Gatherer outside of the ones that you have to do as Gatherer. You've done the So Confound the Fiddle Instrument raid? Yes! Yes. I was curious what you meant for a second. I'm just like, oh right, yeah, the fucking the Irish square dancing jig that we had last time, yeah. One of these is not of this heaven. One of these is not of this heaven. They just came here because their sibling was here. Yeah, that's like the best thing I can say about these alliance raids, that the music has indeed slapped. Why, if it isn't manifest, you wish to speak, do you? Yes, speak. Tell me, Have you ever met an elemental? I swear to God, no, forgot. I swear to God. I swear. Yeah, I have. One of them. Many hold that they were born of me, and as I mentioned, they are the voice of those who abide in the 12th Swing. At times they may seem excessive in their actions, but it is out of abundance of love. So pray be good to them and heed their— Why? Why? Endwalker! Fuck off! Stop it! Stop it! I swear to fucking God. Endwalker? You have, like, multiple opportunities to try and say something about Gridania and how maybe Gridania could change. And they just keep tripling down on it. We had the role quest and now we have this. Stop it. I'll be honest, it feels spiteful to the player base at this point. Like, how much Endwalker, like, we had the role actions. Oh, we had the role quest, sorry. In Endwalker to be like, hey, the cities from all the prior expansions are facing a blasphemy. That blasphemy is like representative of some of the problems of that place that still haven't been addressed. Can we do something with Gridania to do that? And all the others were just like, you know, the colonialism of Limsa and addressing that, with the Sahagin side, because we did the Goblin side in the quest line. You had, like, Alamigo and just, like, the wounds still that still exist there from, like, the things that happened in Alamigo during the occupation. You had Doma trying to, like, find a way forward that where it wasn't defined by wanting revenge and everything like that. And then Gridania was just like, but the elementals are still good though. Gridania actually doesn't need to change at all. The elementals are still good though. It's fine. And now we have Novika here just being like, don't worry. The elementals are only horrifically racist out of love. Fuck off. Why? Why are they so insistent on this? Why are they so insistent on just not acknowledging the problems Gridania has? Why? I don't understand. Elphic! I don't understand your design, I'll be honest. Manifest, is it? I must say there's something to be said for being summoned by a mortal. The life of man is but a drop in the great river of time. Thus you and yours want to rush ahead, not wasting a single moment. Be that as it may, certain sights only come into view if one stops to look. So be not afraid to pass the time in which at first may not seem fruitful. Do your side quests. They may not seem worth it at the beginning, but they will unlock cool content and storylines and possibly even emotes. Should you dare to do so, you may well be visited by an eye-opening experience. Such is the richness of time. This lesson I learned in another life from an unexpected visitor. Another life from an unexpected visitor. You just burn down the Black Shroud and build like a mall and a bigger, and a big landscape lavender bed there because my MC plot's there. Again, I understand the concept of we can't just say kill the elementals. I understand that killing the elementals isn't a solution. And, like, would go against what other parts of this game say. And in some capacity would also be, like, you know, doubling down on the issues Gridania has. Because, you know, the elementals are, like, the natives of the Black Shroud. So killing them all because we don't like them is in of itself a form of colonialism and everything like that. But their absolute insistence on just being like, but the elementals are actually good though, and the elementals have never caused issues, despite the immense racism, is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I said I wanted to address racism right now, but we did that in Stormblood. Again, it's just like, they've gone out of their way in Endwalker to say that the elementals are actually fine though. We had the entire role quest saga. The entire role quest saga of Endwalker is literally about going to prior cities from prior expansions as like an epilogue to those places to address the final things that like need to be addressed there. Like the problems with, you know, the advancements of like Ishgard and trying to find a way forward ever since all the revelations of what came to pass. The further continuation of Limsa trying to like redress and make reparations for its like imperialism that it's and colonialism that it's done. So they set one of those in Gridania, but then just say it's fine though. Like, they're willing to address the issues with all the other places, and then Gridania they just say, no, it's actually fine though. And I like, I don't understand. Ways on this is touchy-feely things, the what ending saga we're not supposed to make players wake up and make them think. But they did that in the role quests. But the role quests were that. That's the thing. The role quests did touch those topics. The role quest did literally exactly that for the other cities. That's it, like literally the exact thing that the role quests were designed to do in this. The role quest literally touched on like the history of imperialism in Limsa. It touched on like the scars of war in Alamigo. It touched on a culture that was like trying to build itself on revenge as opposed to moving forward in Domar. And then Gridania that is like, but the elementals are chill. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. Why bother setting a role quest though if you're not gonna like... The whole thing is to like a final epilogue to like fix the final things that are... Well, no, but isn't my dear manifest? How good of you to call to me. I'm sorry if I gave you a shock by joining my brother in battle, but I couldn't help myself. We've always done everything together, he and I. I remember mentioning before that I don't remember, nor can I tell looking, which gender Nemea is, but I also remember realizing that it didn't matter. Such a joy it was to face you and yours. You displayed the self-same determination that led you to defy fate, and it was one surprise after another. Can't help but feel as though I spoke similar words long ago. Who was it to, I wonder? Yeah, so all of the gods existed in the past. All of the gods existed in the past. In some capacity. I forgot which custom delivery is good for level 66. The internet is telling me these are Stormblood ones. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah, Stormblood ones. Manago, Adkirag, and Kurone. Those three. Yeah. Yeah, Manago in... I don't know where they unlock, but Manago, you do hers in Rolga's Reach. Tamamizu and Ruby C use Kurone, but you have to do the dungeon for that. And also like a lot of yellow quests. And then Adkaraz in Idilshire. But you have to do quests in the step for that. Ook, ook. So getting a satisfaction of you? Then let us wait Krell and Grahat here together. Yeah, all custom deliveries scale perpetually forever, so you just do whichever is good. And do one as a bonus. There is no like this one's better than the others for level ranges, they all just scale to your level range custom deliveries. Also, if you're trying to level crafters and gatherers, do your Grand Company turn-ins for the dailies. They are shockingly good for leveling. It's pretty consistent. It only takes 2 or 3 days for per level with Grand Company turn-ins. It's actually kind of ridiculous how strong they are for leveling. Like, even up to, like, level 90, like, 90 to 100. Even level 90 to 100, it's pretty consistent that it's, like, only 2 or 3 days of daily turn-ins at, like, high quality for crafters. And then also, when you do your Grand Company turn-ins, there'll also be a couple each day that give even more XP, which makes it go even faster. Still no sign of them. They're too busy getting it on! No, Graal's too busy looking at a letter. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. As an adventurer, you're better traveled than most. Of the places you have seen, what kind do you like best? Bustling hubs, bring on activity, natural environments unspoiled by man, faraway lands where new encounters await, quiet places where I can enjoy solitude. I mean, out of all of these ones, like, this one. I'd rather have my balls and do gatherer leaves. Not leaves! You don't have to worry about leaves for leveling. They help, but you don't, but like, just like, again, just Grand Company turn-ins is way easier for leveling. My hair is so garbage. I fucking hate my hair so much. I do leaves for the achievements, not for the levels. And then eventually it'll be for the money. Gatherer leaves are horrible. I don't know if I think I've literally done one on my account. But, yeah, out of this stuff here, this is the one that's absolutely for Manifest. Faraway lands when new encounters await. Gotta see new shit. Like, I think it's like, all of these are good. But, like, Manifest as a character would enjoy all 3 of the others. And all 3 of the others are possible to find within this. Yes, I can imagine you being given to such. Thrill of visiting unknown places is something I can understand. I myself am partial to wandering Eosia. So rich in aether this land, and possessed of so many aspects. 'Twas when I was travelling through the 12th that I encountered this fellow. I didn't know how he came to be injured and alone, but I couldn't turn a blind eye. He has long since recovered, and I probably should have returned him to his forest home. But when I see him here, undaunted in the presence of gods, I can't help but feel 'twas fate that delivered him to me. Undaunted by presence of gods because there's not a thought going on behind those eyes. Still, the day will come when we must go our separate ways. And finally here, everyone! Sorry, we were too busy getting it on! Welcome back. I've heard your work. Work? Oh, right. It took longer than we anticipated, but we managed to compile our findings, and then to deliberate a course of action. Indeed. Hereon, we would do well to tread with caution. The waveforms we record with Etheric Analyzer reveals an unsettling occurrence. In the course of fighting us, the gods expended a tremendous amount of their aether. So much as to dilute their very essence. Like sundering themselves in front of us. Lest you worry, you've done no wrong, Manifest. The gods themselves wish to fight after all. That being said, we should avoid engaging in further battle until we learn more about their true objective. To that end, we will seek out the 13th unnamed being, whose duty is to watch unflinching. If Raha is correct, and we have no reason to believe otherwise, said being is the Watcher on the moon. We've stopped in with him so many times. He enjoys the company. You'll be pleased to know I've already acquired permission to use the Tower of Babel from the Ulsterbad contingent, who oversee the structure with the Galleon's people's leaves. We're really going then. To the moon! Huzzah! I wonder what the Watcher is like. If there are no other matters, then let us set forth at once. I mean, I'll just teleport there. Y'all can take the transporter, but I'll just teleport there. I am used to this. If you wish to speak with the gods, best seek them out now. They may not be there later. Okay, but what about like the last 3 that I have left to go? Where you say Judy kind of sounds like Judy every time you do some of my brain sings about the trolley song. Have you noticed that I'm Australian? Have you noticed that I'm Australian? And that the Australian accent is predicated on pronouncing words in the laziest way possible. That's all the Australian accent is. The laziest way of saying something, that's how you say it. So duty isn't duty, it's duty. It's why when people go that, it's why when people try to say Australians go bottle of water, and it's just like, no, we turn the T sound into a D sound. It's distinctly different from the British version. We don't go water, we go water. Greetings, Highlands champion. You are ever welcome here, as are your companions. Yes, I'm gonna fight the 12. 'Tis a pleasure to meet you, Watcher. We come hoping that you would answer some questions for us. Questions about Heidelin. We have deciphered the monument at the heart of the Phantom Realm. In addition to the names and duties of the 12, it speaks of one who is unnamed, who shall watch unflinching. Are we correct in assuming that that individual is you? The 12 have existed for errors. If you know aught about them, will you not share your knowledge with us? They have a desire which they claim can only be fulfilled through battle with mankind. We wish to understand what that is. Please. So man has managed to come this far. Very well. You have earned the right to know. Remember, however, that I am but a creation. Though I've been imbued with some memories of the past, they are far from complete. First of all, I am indeed the unnamed being the monument describes. An entity created by Heidelin to serve a purpose, alongside the 12. Together they were charged with preserving equilibrium on a sundered and unstable star. Like myself, they were given shape from people who once existed. Yeah, that's why they have like memories of like, oh, I was talking to people. And like myself, they believed that the world should be entrusted to the new life that had emerged, which is why they were followers of Heidelin in the first place, yeah. While I do not possess detailed memories of that time, but Nar selected those she deemed best suited to their respective duties. That would explain why the 12 appear to have personalities like mortals. The men and women once were influenced their personalities, yes, but so too did the faith of mortals. Knowingly or no, when men pray, they will they will the object of their worship to assume a form that can better grant them their heart's desires. I assume it's effectively just like on a large scale with a lot of people praying and everything like that, a very slow, collective form of creation magic. I assume that's like kind of the explanation of why this does this. I mean, enough fervent prayer and, like, aether summons primals. Effectively creation magic. Creation magic absolutely still exists within sundered beings, just, you know, at a much more diluted level, so you bring enough of them together, or enough aether from another source to, like, make up for the fact. So I assume that's why the 12 would do that, because they are to be prayed to, and they are also themselves creation. They are the result of creation magic in the first place. In this manner have the 12 been shaped over aeons into images that fit men's ideals. So you're right, Raha. Hopes and prayers have the power to influence the gods. Yet even as they thus changed, at Vinar's behest, they would have refrained from intervening in mortal affairs. As a result, there will have been times when they acted in ways that are contrary to your expectations. But now the Highland is no more and the final days are averted, the 12 have arrived at a decision regarding their fates all their own. 'Tis not for me to reveal the truth of their desire. I can, however, guarantee that it will not visit harm upon mankind. Nay, far from it. They wanna... They're doing just like what Vinar did with the trial at the Mother Crystal. All of the 12 are made from people who wanted to summon Hydaelyn in the first place, all people who believe the star should belong to the new inhabitants. But, like Vinar, they've hung around to make sure we're at a point where we're ready to do that. And so, like Vinar was waiting around to make sure that we could handle the responsibility of the final days, the 12 have been hanging around making sure that for one day that we're ready to handle the responsibility of managing the star and the various aspects of it. Well, I for one never felt that the gods meant us ill. To have your guarantee as well, we couldn't possibly doubt them anymore. It was most assuring to confirm the connection between you and the 12. With this, we may proceed in our quest with easier hearts. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We shall return to the Infolos and continue engaging with your brethren. That as well. As I watch on, I shall pray that the tale comes to a happy conclusion for gods and men alike. Monkey's having fun on the moon. Monkey having fun on the moon. So that seems like a lot of explanation of what the 12 are. It's just stuff that with what we've learned in Endwalker, it's kind of a case of, yeah, of course that's what they are. Like, there's so much stuff that we've learned in... May your journey be fulfilling. There's so much stuff that we've learned in Endwalker that now when we actually get the explanation of the 12, it's just like, yeah, of course that's what they are. We've learned so much extra stuff about them that, like, of course that's what it is. Like, the mystery behind what they are is, like, pretty simple now that we, like, you know, completely understand what Hydaelyn is. Have literally gone to the past itself, understand what creation magic is, and everything like this. That now to the point where it's like, here's the explanation behind what the 12 are. And it's like, oh yeah, like I said, that does, like, make a lot of sense. We learned most of this during Endwalker MSQ. You have less than 3 days to pick up the rare, roll. Don't be afraid of water. Water? I have everything from Mug Tomes. I can't understand the words you're trying to say, but I have everything from Mug Tomes at the moment, so it's all good. Get the Red Mage barding. That shit only drops from, like, Eureka lockboxes or something. Get the Red Mage barding while you can. That's the important one. That's the real shit. Wait, how Mark's always in the last place you check? Because there's someone who goes around when they recognize that someone's trying to kill a hunt mark, they go into a zone, try to predict where you are, and go there, and if they find, like, if they see where you're going and they find it, they kill it before you can get there. You might think it's happenstance or coincidence, it's always the last place you look. No, it's actually a group of people. They're deliberately trolling everyone with hunt marks. I know this because I'm one of them. Something's amiss. The gods' avatars are nowhere to be seen. That's because our preparations are complete! Audacious woman. Is it? Do we finally get to see Limlane? I mean, at this point, it's Limlane, Oshon, and the scholar. I can't remember his name. Thaliak. Here we go! The last of the 12! I won! I won so hard! Let's go! Oh! I win forever! Okay, Thaliak. Okay, Thaliak supporters also win quite a lot. Thaliak. Wait. Where's Oshon? Where's Oshon? I assume that's not Oshon. I assume Blondie is Thaliak. You look to... I mean, also, you didn't come from the Windhaven. I'm pretty sure Windhaven is also Oshon. Yeah, she isn't a mermaid. She isn't a mermaid. She is not a mermaid. That doesn't stop her from being hot, though. Ah, I've waited so bloody long for this moment. See, I win. I win. I win. I got a cursing sailor woman god. I still win. She may not be a mermaid, but I still win. Tisk Limlane. Are such uncouth words the first you would speak unto our guests? Oh, leave off, Thaliak. You can't tell me you're not as excited as I am. So I have the one god who doesn't act like I am thou. I am like all of your other gods are just like prim and proper and fancy. And Limlane here is just like, let's go! I win. Why does she get kind dragoon pose? Because Limsa Bros win forever. Don't be the first to admit to my joy, but on such a momentous occasion, I would act with due propriety. Oh, the rest of you already do that, I win. A flancy bodysuit, a metal harness, and a pastel muscle weave. What is this, Drag Race Season 8? You say that like it's a bad thing! You say that like it's a bad thing. Is this a Limlane that's Aquaria? She still doesn't stop her from being the hottest of them all. Doesn't stop her from being the hottest of all of them. Well met, children of man. 'Tis our understanding that you have spoken with the Watcher and ascertained our true nature. Indeed, we were created by Heidelin to tend us, sir. Why isn't Amaya more piratey than her? She's not... That's not, like... I mean, like, to be fair, Nemea is also very pirate. Like, the Society of Nim is also very piratey. When you have a look at, like, what Scholar Glams look like in general. Indeed, we were created by Heidelin to tend the star. Having built the Envelos at its heart, and our sanctums throughout its aether-rich Eorzea, we will aim to preserve the balance of reality. Again, I assume her design is meant to be of a mermaid, just without actual fish parts. That, like, when I look at her design, I very much be like, oh, it's a mermaid. It's a mermaid. Just without being actual fish parts. Which, again, if I have that criticism against Limlane, I have that criticism against most of the gods. I think most of the gods should look more than just fancy humans. Like, that's why Nalthal wins. That's why Nalthal wins best design. But her design is absolutely meant to be mermaid. She's the navigator of the seas. She's the siren in the sea that the boats follow and everything like that. That's what her design is. That's why she has a bodysuit, because, like, it's meant to be air, like, dynamic water, like scales and stuff like that. That's why it's got, like, the scale across there for, like, you know, the typical, like, scale bra plate for that mermaids wear. That's why it's got all the flowy long bits for, like, the tail. She's absolutely, like, again, because that's, like, and it's even, like, till sea swallows all. Like, Limlane has, like, has siren vibes. Because like it's based on like their worship of what they view it as. I don't think the people of Limsa view Limlane as a pirate herself. I don't think the people of Limsa think that Limlane is a pirate. I think they think that she is a siren of the sea, who navigates their boats to prosperous futures. Can't take it seriously because I have any 2010 drag style this follows to a T. And that just means that Limlane right now is the tuck queen. Even better. A siren who keeps fish in her boobs. What was I think who was it that was trying to spy on Limlane naked that I read in like the fucking Beast of Brewer's Beacon thing? Was it one of the other gods trying to watch her naked? I think it was Oshod. Maybe that's why Oshod's not here. Maybe that's why Oshod's not here. It's all on bad terms. Having built the Envelope at its heart and our sanctums throughout its aether regilia, we labor to preserve the balance of reality. All of this we have learned, but there is still one thing we do not understand. Our analysis of the Phantom Realm revealed that you and yours dilute your very selves by fighting us. Would this not impede your ability to carry out your duties? That's why. I knew the monkey was there for a reason. We appreciate your concern, but you needn't worry. Yeah. He's the traveler, he's the wanderer, he's Ashan. So, the baby Oppo Oppo was Ashan all along! I like how they just stare at me just being like, loath though I am to disappoint, it isn't the little fellow. The monkey was just legit a monkey. While my brethren use various creatures as their avatars, I chose the form of man. The better to share in your solitude. And it fell to me. Oh, Sean! How many of them wear horns? So many of them wear horns. Why do you have a summoner horn? The Wanderer. To beckon unto the Umphalos, they who would grant our wish. Wait, he's cunty. What? How could you hide such a thing from us? Had you known my true identity and our purpose, we feared that you would refuse to fight us. But our fears were unfounded. You've heeded our request and, despite the hardships, endeavored to grant it. Well, part of man's desire wasn't to make sure you didn't have a nipple. Forgive me, Manifest, but I must leave the little fellow in your care. I have a second monkey child now! In the innermost parts of our realm, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. I await your coming with bated breath. I know the ones who are mine, and I know you too, Manifest. Gird your loins and have at us! She told me to gird my loins, I still win. I shall receive you with my all. Be as a raging torrent, child of man. I can also understand Oshan looking more like a normal person, because again, Wanderer. I can also understand Oshan specifically looking more normal because Wanderer. Overall, I think it is disappointing how out of all of the gods, that now that we've seen all 12 of them, it's literally only one. The fact that it is literally only one of the entirety of the 12 who has, like, a design that I would describe as biblical, I think that's quite the letdown. Again, some of them I get it. Halone, fine. Biogot, fine. Honestly, even Ralga, because punching, fine. Oshon, fine. I appreciate Limleen's design to look like a mermaid. She should have a fishtail. I think Azema should, like, have actual wings. Like, as part of her body and stuff like that. No! Sad monkey noises! I don't blame Derek for hiding the truth. Just no easy to think to say you're actually a god. It is wondering, so I can't help but I wonder what Derek thought and felt. The reveal nobody saw coming. We all saw it coming. So Derek is the Wanderer, the deity who shares in men's solitude. In order to beckon us to the Phantom Realm, he posed as an explorer and solicited the aid of the Sons of St. Quina. In spite of this, I do not feel as though I've been deceived, nor do I harbor any resentment. Rather, I simply feel sad. I understand. 'Tis as if a dear friend was suddenly spirited far away. In hindsight, perhaps it was in expectation of the coming battle that you kept men at arm's length. I imagine it must be even harder for you. But to know that one of the 12 walks among us makes me want to do the best we can by them. Aye, since time immemorial the 12 have watched over all who abide on this star. And even as they fulfilled their purpose of maintaining stability, as beings possessed of sentience, they also heated the hearts of men. So let us likewise heat their hearts, and do our utmost to grant them their desire. Then I believe we all know what comes next. I do some punch. I do some kick. I do some explode. By all indications, this will be the final foray into the God's Sanctum. This task will entrust you and your adventurer friends once more, Manifest. As there's no telling what may happen afterwards, I shall remain on guard here. Twice now you have triumphed, and I have faith that you'll do so yet again. Go well, Manifest. Time to punch several gods! I assume there's going to be some form of unexpectedness with this raid. Just based on the fact that there's only 3 gods left. Thalia. Just based on the fact that there's only 3 gods left, I assume something unexpected has to happen during the raid. Worry not, I shall hold the fort here. Pray focus on the battles ahead. For the coming foray, you should face Thalia in the heaven of water, and Limleen and Ocean in the heaven of wind. While the Mania would also abide in the former, if she has already fulfilled her part. Which means an easier time for you. Also, I hope. Please don't forget the tank spot is gone. Though we're sure that on the god's side won't visit harm upon the star. Can I but worry what came from the past? Why don't you just make the thing only have like 7 spots and then just invite me? Oh, Horatio! Welcome. But all the preambles, I probably could have gotten a front line in. Ook. Ook. Ook, ook. Alright, well, we have a couple people here. People doing see the sacrifice over here. We have our group. We're gonna cut to when we're ready to go in and do some fighting. Because it might take a while to feel this, and then it might take a while to actually queue up. So I might as well cut it here, and we'll come back when we're ready to actually take on Thalia. Yay. It was out of their undying love for mankind that the 12 constructed the monument at the heart of the Omphalos, though they might never lose sight of their purpose. To answer that love, you must sally forth into their sanctum one last time to grant them their heart's desire. Oshon, or Derek as you would know him, awaits with his brethren Thaliak and Limlane in their heavenly domain. Brave torrential waters with a stormy winds, and vanquish these remaining deities, and he shall finally arrive at the truth of their mysterious objectives. We waited like, what, 5-8 minutes to fill the party, and then the warning, and then the wait time said it was going to be 24 minutes. It was about 2. So that works out well. That worked out much better. Welcome to Thalia! Final alliance raid. Fish! I immediately see fish. I'm also seeing the Charlian conch. So this place is just fantasy Charlian. This is just fantasy Charlian. The giant Thaliak statue pouring the water there. The city is just fantasy Charlian. Charlian dedicates so much worship to Thaliak. It is Charlianified the entirety of the heaven of water. That woman's in the top that I want to wear for Summoner. You already got a coat of healing. There we go.
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum.
So I gotta go alliance, don't I? Hello! Oh, we're splitting up our pathways.
Let us see how you fare against my servants.
The Mandragora lamps down there? God, I wish I could free camera this area. Is that Hien's VA? It could be. Explosions! Explosions everywhere! Boom. There we go. Oh, big fish! Big fishies! All of everything attacked me! Everything hit me, yeah! Explode me everywhere! I was gonna pop some raid-wide mitt just in case. Just in case. Seems like it might be helpful right now. So the bubbles explode when they're killed, or are we like failing to kill them and getting exploded and then we just don't care? That's the real question. There we go. Oh, so the big cleave attacks will interrupt them.
Expected for they who vanquished my pupil Beauregard.
Beauregard mentioned.
Pleasure to welcome you personally.
Pedestal of passage. I was expecting a Ramu like old professor. I can understand that. Thaliak! Hello, Thaliak. I feel like we just jumped and landed here. I didn't feel like it connected to the previous area much. See this top. This top here. I want to wear that.
I looked forward to this moment, children of man.
I'm main tanking. I'm new. I'm main tanking. Let's go.
Depth of knowledge.
Kata Kata Terra Kaka Curse. Normal loss raid wide. Hey. Ooh. Rhea go goodness. Okay, I see a man there. Man moves. Man is now big.
The rivers rage at my behest.
Will this be a knockback? Yes. The answer is yes. Oh, it knocked out some of the platforms too. It also knocked out some of the platforms. Well, there we go. It did make a change in that regard as well. Ooh!
At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
Actually, I don't think I meant the platforms. Oh, shit. Right bang. Hydra dropped the dust. Stab you with explosions.
Of ignorance be cleansed.
How big will these cleaves be? Oh, they're just lines. I'm always worried about tank buster ones being giant cones because some of them have been absolutely fucking massive.
Join me in deepest knowledge.
Triangles. Ooh!
Let flow the waters of your mind.
I mean, it looks very pretty. It's looking pretty.
Seek new perspectives, and you shall find new paths.
Tetracomical. Oh, okay. I was trying to see what the actual thing was there. Ah, okay, and they just go out in their lanes. Okay. Whee! I appreciate that mechanic just for the idea of it deliberately fucks with the lines on the floor. Where the triangles do come down, like, because of the walls, don't line up with lines on the floor. I can appreciate it for that. There are lines on the floor and they no longer matter. Will this be as simple as just another nightmare?
O waters purifying, reveal their nature.
Yeah, I think it is. Oh, well, but also with some bad. Oh, big wave! Big wave came afterwards.
'Tis time for a test.
Hieroglyphica.
Share with me your ruminations.
How much are you going to rotate? Oh, you're rotating on the attack? Oh, I missed that part, yeah. Okay, yeah. I missed the part that actually showed the rotation of just like, I'm rotating off now. I was expecting it to be like one after the other, then after the other.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
No, he's doing a left bank at the same time though. Wait, oh, he doesn't rotate with that though. Oh, no, the other's fucked up. Okay. No, I was about to say, he's doing left bank at the same time, so are we in the wrong spot? Is he gonna rotate or not? He didn't rotate, so we were actually in the spot. Okay.
Prove to me the wisdom of man.
Again, another instance of mechanic fun. He could definitely do with resolving faster. It doesn't have that many things to work out that it doesn't need that. It needs to resolve as slowly as possible. Like, it's stuff here that I'm in. There are mechanics here that I'm enjoying, and it's just like, I feel like you could improve so much of these alliance rates by just like making them 50% faster. I really do. And there we go.
Wise children. Well done.
They are gonna stuff.
So far, I see. Come then, mortals.
Limlane! Limlane!
Have you got the stones to face the navigator?
Yo, windy place.
Keep me waiting.
Yo, wind everywhere, let's go!
Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union.
Oh, Jesus! Whoa! Live lane! Live lane! Live lane! Mother! See, everyone agrees with me. Which means I'm correct. A union with Live lane, you say? I have no idea everyone's here.
I'll teach you the ways of navigation.
There we go. Tempest! I'm gonna guess raid wide. Oh, I'm so good at predicting.
Mine are the waves and the winds.
See if I'm spiraled, just in? Just in? Windarose! She's gonna diggy a hole! I didn't sit out far enough. I could tell it was an out because of like what the last one was, but I couldn't tell how far out.
Can you contend with she who rules the tides?
Is it? Do we need that long of a? Do we need that long of a wind-up to be like, half room cleaved in the other side? Wait for several seconds, and then it actually happens? Whoa! Why did that... Oh! Okay! Whee! Okay. Oh, Jesus! Yo! Yeah, that's... Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Like an actual race back. That's cool. That's cool. That's a fun one. I like that one. I like that one. Do me a favor and try to blow kiss at her. Okay. Blow kiss?
Oi, cut it out, you. Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh.
Did she throw a fish? Did she throw a fish? The fish was actually relevant? If you try to aspise her naked form, she actually just throws the navigator's dagger at you?
Brace for the storm.
That's so fucking funny!
I trust you don't mind if they play too. Come, Pericos, Thalios.
Pericos and Thalios.
Join us.
We have fish buddies! Don't look, because I think there's a third. So if I do like blow kiss.
Dance upon the waves.
I don't know if I have blow kiss as an emote. I don't know if I have blow kiss as an emote. I'm kind of eating a lot of damage. I do have 2 vuln stacks. I'm getting autoed to death.
That's the way, my clever serpents.
God's bane. God is like an end sequence, right, Wade? Emo! Blow kiss!
The light of the navigator.
Does she have to like not be doing an attack? Yeah, literally it's just like 1 then 2.
Go on, my pets. Don't be shy.
Oh. Ow. Stand on the other side was the correct option there. Whoopsies. Emote.
Boundless as the ocean.
Yeah, I imagine if you don't line this up, you just fucking die. That's why they give you the line, like the roll one. Hey, here we go. We're combining that now. Oh, but now there's no water bubbles. But now there's no water bubbles. But now there's no water bubbles to it.
You can surely do better than that.
I'm trying to get her to kill me. I'm trying to get her to kill me. It's not working.
You're bloody brilliant, you are.
How can you not like Lim Lane? She's so excited about the fight. How can you not like Lim Lane?
Oi, cut it out, you.
The fact that fish lore is actually relevant is so fucking funny. She wins on that alone. She wins on the fact that fish lore is relevant to, like, doing emotes at her. When does that shit happen in this game?
A serpent after my own heart. To seek new horizons, you must come together as one. It falls to you and yours.
Sorry,
to
but I
navigate
win.
The seas ahead.
I'm sorry, but I win.
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you thus.
Oddbird! Oddbird!
Thank you for making it this far. Not long now, till our journey together must end.
Whee! Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some twist thing at the end, because, you know, we're at the last of the 12 already. Oddbird! This is Oddbird doing the most Oddbird voice since Oddbird. Because, like, Iron Bolt sounds a bit different than just Oddbird, but this is just Oddbird. Did I already check? So
I am the last of us to face you.
The Last of Us! Whee! Sudden downpour! Oh, and you're gonna, like, do arrows to be the downpour? Cute.
Strong are they who roam.
Trick shot! Oh, you're gonna fire it from there, and then it's gonna... Hey, okay. He did the backstep thing that bards do. That's a big bards do.
Amidst the storm.
I'll have a character do Arbert's voice and have an attack called Reproduce. Okay, this concept of he moves around and then you gotta like work out the AoEs is interesting. Are any of them going to be something different than a cone from the side of the arena? Because every single one of them so far is, look, I'm gonna move the AoE so it starts from somewhere else, and every single one of them has just been A current from the side. The arrow. Bam! I got hit by the arrow. Oh, it's reproducing again. Oh, we do have two now! I mean, they're both still currents from the side, but there's two of them at once now!
Wind, guide
It's slightly more! And it's slightly faster than most of the mechanics that we've had in this series so far. Like, I see it, and then I move towards it, and I get there only like a second or two before it ends, and not like several. I thought you just got reversed. I feel like a lot more things ignore arm's length nowadays. There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't give a single shit about arm's length being a thing you can do. So many more knockbacks just be like, yeah, I see your arm's length thing. I don't care though. Which, like, fair. I get it. Because it does kind of make things a little... Yeah, oh, yeah, they're all... Yeah.
You can overcome this. I know you can.
Lofty Peaks. He's already got one of them exposed. What, is he gonna take off the rest of them? Oh shit! Oh shit!
Your prayers have given us strength. By fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star.
Ah! Oh, yo!
Grant us our heart's desire.
He's huge now!
Stay not your steps.
Baton pull! I feel like they should be like pulling them back, like. The fact that they just explode. I was kind of expecting they to do a bit more.
Those who hesitate are lost.
Make the mechanics that fast. In terms of like if you're gonna give me a while to stand there, make it like the telegraph that fast. Because that telegraph was, it flashed the entire arena, work it out. Ocean's a bit faster than everything else. I could still do anything a little faster again. It is an alliance. That looks like a knockback, but might just be a big S. Yeah, Ocean's definitely a bit faster than the others, and I'll give him credit for that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Huge tech busters. Yeah, he's a little faster than the others. I do appreciate that, but I could see him a bit faster. Such a big part of it is that it's an alliance raid. So I really feel like this is the time where you can really just, like, hold nothing back in terms of how dangerous shit can get for people. Because if people die and make mistakes, there's 24 other people to make up for them. Oh, that feels like the mentality of like the near raids. Where it's like, yeah, some of this shit might instantly kill some people, but like, there's so many other people to make up for it that it's fine if that happens.
May the wind ever be at your back.
Whee! Oh! Yeah, Ocean feels like a little bit of a step up comparatively. If everything was at the speed and like complexity of Ocean, then I'd be as like I think I'm like as worried about. Again, like, I think of, like, Nullthal, and it's just, like, how long it takes Nullthal to even do its interesting mechanics that it's so easy to skip. And then, like, the combination of mechanics that even appear until the very end.
The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Yeah, there's gotta be something else. Exit to the Umphalos. Well, that's interesting. Hi.
You're back. The Omphalos. It's suddenly transformed.
We're just at the Umphalos. Oh!
Servants? What's the meaning of this?
It said 7th gate. Is this the final heaven?
Those ones, I leave to you.
Is this the final heaven? Is the final heaven the Umphalos itself for the 7th heaven? The complete lack of music is off-putting. Little scary. Interruptible, like it's a donut, but a huge donut.
It seems we're being summoned.
Absolutely huge donut.
Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
Now we're looking a bit more biblical. Now we're looking a bit more biblical. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions everywhere. Yeah, they all get interrupted. Well, I catch them all so well. That's why that was the one with the interrupt. Because it's like, oh, by the way, there's going to be 3 of them. And I'm taking 2 of them, which I'm definitely not meant to be doing based on my health dropping. Well. Because I don't have any other interrupts left. So that's going to be a range DPS job. Bye, Angelos. They are gone. It's a fun game, go to see if anyone knows about interrupts. Like it did. Final fight! It's all of them! It's all of them!
The will of the star has entrusted the future to you and yours. As entities charged with ensuring life on Aetheris, we rejoice in this outcome with all our hearts.
Big fusion. It's all of them together! It's all of them together! The 12 Eulogia. There's so much going on right now.
'Tis time, beloved children. Time to bid farewell to we relics of the past.
They're just every single design, put them all together and go for it. Yo. There's so much going on with Eulogia's design. There's so much going on. I kind of love it.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See every last Moses returns to the star.
Yeah, they've gotten prayer for thousands of years, and they just want to make sure that goes back to the star. Now that we're ready to be the stewards of it. Okay, it's very similar to Heiden. It's very similar to Heiden. first form. Okay, I see. Right, this side? You're moving that way, so your left hand would go that way, I presume?
Fight. Fight with all your being.
Yeah. Oh. I saw the hand change for this one instead of the hand change for the second one. Okay. More. Yeah, so this side. Second, we go out. Okay, so second is out. And third is a ring on the end. Okay.
Receive our love and transcend it.
Hell yeah, expedience! Does this have mechanics that aren't Rolga?
Blessings be upon their fairest.
Does this thing have mechanics that aren't Rolga? Because so far it's only done Rolga. Sunbeam, I guess that's meant to be a Zama.
'Twas your faith that gave rise to this radiance.
Whoa.
Shine like the stars on high.
Loves light. Okay, Menvina mechanic. Yo! The waxing and the waning! How big did it explode? Oh, they're lines. Okay. Oh, there's lines on the floor. I see. Ah, now we got the Azema spiral thing.
Mercy be upon our beloved children.
Over this way. Oh, I went the wrong one. I don't know why that was wrong. I saw that it was backwards, but I thought I knocked back from 3 to 2. I saw the clock go backwards, but I thought I didn't indeed knock back from 3 to 2. To then try to go to 1, but I guess I was wrong. Okay. Yeah, this final boss is just all the mechanics from all the fights together. That is a really cool way to, like, bring the Alliance raid to a close. It is just all of their attacks together. Can I get there in time before the attack goes off? Which side are you punching? Blue.
In unity lies the saints.
Matrix breath. Which one's closing first? Yellow's closing first. And then blue. And then it's blue again. And then yellow.
Not a single mote of strength shall we hold back.
Central transit. No, hey, we did this earlier, yeah. Yeah, I will say, fantastic concept for a final boss of the Alliance raid. For a final boss of an Alliance raid that's been built around being several, like, fights against the 12 and they all fused together, making the final fight all of the mechanics from every fight is really fun. It's one of those things where I do think I should probably just turn off, like, all health bars and all names I should probably just turn off every name and health bar. It makes it a lot harder to see some of these mechanics with the amount of stuff I have on the screen. Because there's so many different things to look for. Like when I'm only looking like at a few things, mechanics that I specifically know, makes it a lot simpler. But when it's like I could be looking for literally any mechanic. Whee! Ba ba ba. Soaring Minuet. This also does feel Diamond Aos. Despite oh god. Oh god, the fuck is okay. I'm not sure what this is gonna be, I'll be honest. That almost feels like a tank LB mechanic, I'm not gonna lie. With how much build-up I had. But yeah. I may not like a lot of these alliance raids for what they are, but I will say, the final fight just being the literal combination of everything is really sick. Side. Oh. I thought that was an int. Oh, the guys are reading these mechanics here. Like, I feel like the speed of most of the things that are going on here is, like, fine. The roller attacks that, like, with the fist are, like, still the slowest. I don't know why those are so slow. Oh, these move ones are pretty slow as well. Lines on the floor. Lines on the floor. There we go. Almost there. Damn it. Not quite fast enough. Yeah, very good final fight. Very good final fight. I do very much appreciate it. Just being a combination of literally everything is badass as hell. Badass as hell to just combine literally all 12 of their mechanics into a single fight. That is cool. I like everything else I could do with it being a little faster, but just how many different things you have to remember makes the speed not matter as much for that specific last one. Definitely, I definitely think that's the best of the three. That's definitely the best of the three. It still has a lot of the issues I have with the other ones, but it's by far the best of the three. Definitely. Definitely the best of the three. Hell yeah! Wind up Ashon, guaranteed not to wander off on you. Eulogia card. Eulogia. Fair winds to guide, course uncharted, myths of the realm, fending breaches, maiming breaches, striking breaches, and striking thing there. I got a Eulogia card! I have to run this with I got 2 Eulogia cards! That's unnecessary! I got 2 Eulogia cards! That was not required! It's the best one, which is not helped by the fact that this one never shows up in roulettes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we saw waiting as a full party that we still had to wait a good amount to actually get in here. One of the so many times I still don't have the Eulogia card, I managed to get absurdly lucky. Triple Triad loves me. Triple Triad loves me. Yeah, it's the best one. The conclusion is fun. I like everything else with this Alliance Raid series. I could do with it being a bit faster. Again, when you've got 24 bodies to drop, you can have a couple people get hit by cheap shots and it's still recoverable, so it's fine. That's where Alliance Raids can really push it for the strictness, because you've got so many people to make up for the slack. So the fact that all of these feel like they're consistently slower than any other trial or raid in the entirety of Endwalker is bizarre. Yeah, I think the problem is with this overall series is that, there's ideas in every fight that I like. Every fight has, a concept in it that I quite enjoy. And I feel like most of the fights don't utilize the concepts that I like as well as they could. And it takes so long to get to them. Or they just don't do enough with it. I like that Limb Lane has, a fucking sprint section, basically. Limb Lane's knocking you back, and then you have to, run away from the thing coming behind you while dodging the water bubbles, or then while dodging the left and right. That's cool! Why doesn't the second time combine the left-right dodging with the water bubbles coming in on the side? With the wave coming behind you? Why doesn't it combine both of those things together? I like Oshon's, when he does the really fast telegraph of, here's the safe spots, and it just goes boom. But that happens, once. And then, the idea of, oh, Oshon's going to move his mechanics based on the replication. It's yeah, that's cool. And then, almost all of the replication is just a cone from one of the sides. And it's nothing different. So every time you see the replication, you don't even need to, look at what the mechanic is. You know where the safe spot is because it's the same thing every single time. Again, even going to the other fights, I feel like there's a number of elements where it's I like some of the ideas. It's just too slow and not enough, again, Thal, Nalthal, I think is one of the best fights in the whole thing. The fact that there's an actual alliance mechanic. It's the first of its kind in literally the entire game. You need all 24 players to balance the scales. Is so awesome. It's so awesome. I love that mechanic. There's no other mechanic that requires all 24 people to be actively involved in solving it in an alliance. That doesn't happen. So Nalthal having the scales is so awesome, but you skip that half of the time now. And after the scales, when he starts, combining the as above, so below with, multiple things happening. And that's awesome! But again, you don't even get to scales. You don't even get to see the combination attacks afterwards. And it's just, yeah. It's one of those things where it's yeah, min eye level might mean that, the fights take longer so you see some of that stuff. But, most of Endwalker's issues for other stuff, outside of, MSQ dungeons, have too many pulls. Most other things in Endwalker, I think you can just resolve by... Endwalker feels particularly screwed over by eye level syncing more than Shadowbringers did. Stuff in Endwalker doesn't hit as hard as Shadowbringers does. It relies more on weird mechanics. So the eye levels kind of ruined a lot of ruined a lot more fights than Shadowbringers ever get hits by. And it's yeah, you could do also the min eye level syncing for this, but it's not going to stop the fact that I feel most of the fight should start 2 or 3 minutes into what the actual fight is. The phase of the fight where they start combining stuff should be where most of these fights are fucking starting. Or at the very least, if they're not going to start there, speed up the fight by literally 50%. So you get to those things faster, and so the mechanics actually, like, you're not just sitting there all day waiting for the mechanics to finally resolve. I remember the Twilight Triangle killing people so much, and I'm like, girl, it shapes. Manifest, you alright? Thanks for clearing the way, Manifest. That being, I presume, is the 12? You have done well, children of man. As promised, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. Our desire is simply thus: to give ourselves unto the star as a blessing. In the 12 millennia we have existed, we have come to harbor tremendous power through prayers. Through battle, our essence shall unravel and return to the star, where its might give rise to new life. Such is our final gift to you. You mean you'll disappear? Yes. The fragments of our former selves which serve as the core of our existence shall rejoin the life stream. Yet though we may fade from sight, our individuality lost, our stabilizing influence shall endure. The only thing to change is where your prayers find their way. Henceforth it shall be this, the instrument of blessing that receives of mortal hopes. Hopes that shall be given back to the star. For your presence brings comfort to mankind. Everyone would wish for you to remain. Must you truly fade away? Such gladdening things, you say, child. We must confess what we do. We also do for ourselves. When mankind overcame the final days, it so moved us that even we who are but constructs knew the greatest joy. You have shown your unfaltering love for the world. In return, we would show our undying love for you. Worry not. Myths are wont to be woven and passed down. So long as the men hold the 12 in fondness, we shall live on in your faith in us. When you say such things... The moment of parting has come. By our blessing, may you march towards a brighter tomorrow. Poor monkey! Farewell, beloved children. Poor monkey. When you are ready, brothers and sisters. May the font of your ingenuity ever flow. Yours is the strength to destroy all obstacles. And in case thematically what's going on here isn't clear, Answers is playing. Abide in virtue, and hold fast to the truth. There is meaning in your deeds. Celebrate life and embrace death. May you flourish and reap a bountiful harvest. In your limited time, have boundless compassion. Carry yourself with honor and forge on towards victory. Harbor love in your heart for yourself, for others, and for the world. From past to future, the river of knowledge flows. Be part of its nourishing waters. May a wonderful new world reach you beyond destiny's horizon. Be calm as the ocean, and you shall weather any storm. As the wind blows unfettered, may you be free to follow your heart. Monkey! Monkey! You needn't agonize so, Oshon. Reign with them if that be your desire. But this is what we've dreamed of. To return to the start together. I never imagined that I'd grow so fond of them. That parting would be so hard. As long as we have abiding impatience to rejoin the life stream. From the drop in the river of time, that is man's fleeting life. Why not share your fates with them? Follow your heart, as you ever have. And when time comes, we shall meet again. Aww. One more go around as immortal. Derek's back. I've decided to continue journeying a while longer. Monkey! Monkey! Oh, look how hyper the monkey is! Monkey's so excited. Monkey! Monkey! Can it have been easy for Derek to break with this decision? We'll actually hear what went through his mind. Ook, ook, ook! Happy monkey noises! But I'm still here. I scarcely believe it myself. He's back! He's back! Once again, I'll express my surprise when I have my eyes to see Derek standing there. Naturally curious to what happened, but above all, I rejoice for a dear friend returned. But Derek has a few words to say. Let's lend him an ear. Embraced by gods, Derek is the very picture of peace. We didn't get to hang out with Limlane and Thaliak much. Well, we had entire quests for the others of like running around Eorzea and like chatting with them and like several dialogues before and after their fight, and Limlane and Thaliak show up for a couple lines beforehand and then they're gone. Maybe I didn't win. What to say in such a moment? Kinda lame if you have one of the last three. At least if you have Oshon. At least if you have Oshon. He comes back as Derek. What to say in such a moment? Best to speak from the heart, I suppose. I'm glad to be back. And we're glad to have you back. Glad hardly suffices to describe it. Wherever the moon thing is still here, Derek. Or should we call you Oshon? I no longer have Oshon's power. Derek will do. I was remade from the portion of my essence that wasn't returned to the star, and I will live out my days as man. May I ask what happened? No sooner had Tor vanished than you reappeared before us. At the very last, I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear to say farewell. Your earnest friendship has weighed down my steps. And the fellow's fervent call halted them. I was overwhelmed by my keenest longings to remain among you and see more of the world I love. Upon seeing me torn, my brethren bade me follow my heart. I needed no further urging. We carry the instrument of blessing in the faith that one day, the star would no longer need our guiding hand. Thanks to you, that day has finally come. Ah, but I remember. How uncharacteristic. Let us head back to the Umbrella, shall we? We got our Derek back! Well, we must return to Sharlayan. The forum will be expecting a report. Hey, so you know I killed Heidelin? Yeah, I killed the 12 besties as well. I promise this is good for the star. Yet if the entire truth were to be revealed to the public, it would shake the very foundation of the worship of the 12. Impending our reports would do well to consult the forum on what details are safe to disclose. Much pertaining to the field of mythology will need to be obfuscated, I fear. Alright, that's on my account. Inspired by our findings, I have a mind to examine that 12 in context of reception theory. People's perception deities are wont to be informed by their culture. By comparing the differences across areas and regions, I believe we may uncover heretofore unseen aspects to the 12. Reception theory, you say? Most intriguing. I try to see the roots of your research when I visit Sharlayan. When you do, I've care not to reveal who you used to be. Our skulls will be all of you like starved beasts. I see. Perhaps I shall wait a while before I come calling. Before I came to you, I simply roamed the world. I had no objective, nothing I wished to find. With the second chance I have, I may undertake my travels with a renewed perspective. But ere I set out, I would move my brethren's hopes elsewhere, to a place in men's midst. Oh, what a wonderful idea. If you don't mind, we should like to accompany you. By all means. We make for the sanctum of the 12 in the shroud. Pardon me. The sanctum of the 12! Could imagine a more fitting place for their memories. Words of the monument are promised by the gods to watch over mankind. It's comforting to know that their promise will endure. As engrossed we've been in our work, we've some chance to thus gather and relax. Last night I would have been the meal and the Revenant's toll, I think. Feel free to go on ahead, my friends. Well, this won't be the last time. My last time here. I need a moment before I leave. Look! Happy monkey noises! Look! I'm trying to think of a way to describe my thoughts on the storyline here. I'm trying to think of a way to describe my thoughts on this. I'm not let down by the reality of what the 12 are. Because after learning, like, the reality of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, it just makes sense that the reality of the 12 is this. I'm not, and like, again, thematically, what it is just like, it's Endwalker. And also it's Final Fantasy XIV. The gods are just those who are walking before to help lead those who walk after. Which, that's consistently what the gods have been in this game in general. Deities in this game have very rarely been anything that's actually, like, more important and more powerful than others, and if that's the idea that people worship a god being, it's always trying to be like inaccurate. Again, you go to just Othard, and you've either got the you've either got the Kami. You've either got the Kami, who are just long-living beings to help guide those who exist afterwards, or you have the auspices, which are the same thing. And that's what the 12 are here. Like, I think this is the way I would describe, like, where I think some of the issues of, like, how this storyline plays out come into effect. Ultima's also a space alien, though. Ultima's less a god and more so an evil space alien. So Ultima's just Omega. What about Athena? She's dead now, so it doesn't matter. The reality of what the 12 are has been a mystery that this game's had for a very long time, right? The idea that, oh, what even are the 12 has been a mystery for a really long time. But once we learn, like, what Hydaelyn and Zodiac are, and by the time you start this questline, you have a intimate understanding of Hydaelyn and Zodiac. As like, in Shadowbringers, you learn, oh, they're primals that were summoned by people for, like, preventing the world from the final days, or preventing more people sacrificing even more to Zodiac, right? But then you go into Endwalker, and you're literally traveling to the past, you're seeing the people who, like, went onto that stuff, you're, like, physically interacting with the past in so many ways, on all of this. That once we know what Hydaelyn and Zodiac are, it's hard to have an answer to what are the 12. That's, like, much more than that. Like, I think the answer of what are the 12? The 12 are creations by Hydaelyn to help lead a nascent sundered star. Because while Hydaelyn and Vanar and all of her followers do believe in the concept of the star should be for the new inhabitants of the star, they are also aware of their role as the previous people who are of the star. They need to help guide them into a situation where they're ready to do that. And, like, you even see that represented in Vanar herself before all the Hydaelyn stuff. That's why she didn't return, like, Vanar didn't return to the star after stepping down as Azum, because Vanar believed, I still have, like, I am the previous Azum, I still have things to teach. I have things to teach to the new Azum. I still have ways of helping all of the people of the star. Just because my main role is done, doesn't mean my overall role is finished. I am here to help the people who are going to become the next me. I'm here to help the people who will be the new people of the star before I go away. So Hydaelyn herself becoming that is what makes sense. And it's just, once we know all of that about Hydaelyn, it's really hard to come up with an explanation of the 12 that isn't just, it's that, but again. And I think what the explanation is works, and it makes sense, and I do like it. I'm glad that's what the explanation is. I'm glad that they stuck to thematically and lore-wise what the 12 should be based on everything that we've learned, rather than try to come up with something else. So it's not that I'm like let down by the explanation of what the 12 are, but considering there was really only one possible outcome for what the 12 are, and that explanation is very similar to a character that we've already interacted with heavily in Endwalker, because it's Vanar, I think we spend too much of the quest line overall of Myths of the Realm trying to work out an answer that really can only be one thing by the end of it, and that answer is just, yeah, it's like that other character that you expected it to be like. Because they spend like the entire first 2 out of 3 parts of the 12 of our characters basically just constantly back and forth and going, so what are they? It's very Blueku's mystery solving. Like, yeah, I think that's where the issue of where the storyline is. I have no issue in terms of lore, reveal, or themes, what the 12 are. I have no issues with that. We kind of beat around the bush for a really long time before getting to the answer. And once we found out the answer, then the storyline just ends. Like, Watcher tells us, yeah, that's what they are. We go to fight them, and during the fights they tell us, yeah, our goal is also like Fanar's. Once we're ready, once man has proven that they're ready to take care of the star, then we want to go, so you can take care of the star. And it's just like, I feel like if we stopped fucking around and got to the explanation of what the 12 are way faster, then a lot more of the story could have been about discussing things about the star with them, trying to learn their knowledge from them, having the individual people, or like having the individual 12 try to like reflect on their observations and their changes of the people of the star. As just, it felt like we spent a lot of time dealing with what is the mystery when the mystery is going to be very obvious. And then once the mystery was solved, we've had very little time to just be like, okay, can we discuss ideas about this? And it's just gone, now the story is over there, like, you know the answer. And it's just like, the answer was very obvious. That's not the thing I care about. But like most things in Final Fantasy XIV, the big epic lore reveal is fun and interesting, but the big epic lore reveal is never the actual heart of what you give a shit about. What you give a shit about is the characters and the themes and the ideas that those big epic reveals are trying to get across. When Emmett tells you in the Katana Ravel about how Hydaelyn and Zodiac are primals, that's a big shock, but the thing that you care the most about in that cutscene is not that, oh my god, they are primals. It is the questioning of, if they are primals, what does that mean for our character? If Hydaelyn went to fight over Zodiac over all of this, then what does this mean for Emmett and all of the people that Emmett has lost and that he's fighting for and stuff like that? It's always those things. The big reveal is fun, but it raises other questions, and they're the things that are actually really interesting with how this game typically tells its stories. So I feel like this storyline for Myths of the Realm has spent a really long time just getting to that answer of a very obvious question that we've now had no time to discuss, like, the extra interesting shit that raises. And I think that's where the storyline falters here. The player can figure it out right away and the characters are like, can you see the clue? Yeah, and again, the reveal that the 12 are just another Heidelin is not the exciting thing. It's like, what questions does that raise? What does that mean for the characters of the 12 themselves? Those are the interesting things that, like, that raises, and it's stuff that we don't spend much, if any, time at all actually discussing. No matter how many times I visit the Sanctum, Its Majesty never fails to move me. And the rich history! Originally built during the dawn of the 5th Astral era, it was reclaimed by the Wood before being restored in the wake of the Calamity. Truly, it sounds as a testament to the influence that magical civilizations and city-states have had upon Aeolsian culture. The sanctum harbors the hopes of men, and now those of my brethren shall join them. If you're not averse, I'd speak a little of my brethren. That is, those individuals whose essence lent them form. As it pertains to another age, some concepts may be foreign to you, but you'd be interested nonetheless. Hey! Stuff I was talking about. What does this mean for the people who are the 12? Excellent. Pretty lights. Is it gonna like light up all the circles now? And I had a pedestal there the entire time waiting for it. Gasp. Yay! Biagot was a man with a gift for creating inanimate objects, such as buildings and furnishings. With his abilities, he served as supervisor role at the Bureau of the Architect, where he was nothing short of a pillar. His chief was carefree to a fault, you see, and took it upon himself to ensure his work was done. Oh my nose. This guy made sure that Hilfideus actually did his fucking job. Roga was a brawny man whom Vanar encountered on her travels. They quickly struck up a friendship, and he joined her on a quest to destroy an enormous meteor that was hurtling toward the star. It is fair to say this event gave rise to legends surrounding the destroyer. Okay, so Roga destroying a meteor is like actually real shit. Badass. Zama was a woman who served as a judicial officer in the Bureau of the Administrator, an experience which served her well as the woman. She was an ardent proponent of the seat of Azam, and dreamed of training under Vanar and her successor. Ah, that's the... okay. Okay. So the influence of Azam to Azama, to other sun-related things, is that Azam was like the sun that Azama herself like actually looked to. Okay. Okay. That explanation's been like actually explained. Okay. Nalthar was a close personal friend of mine. A merchant by trade. He was outwardly gregarious, but also possessed a reserved side, and a quiet joy in his passion for awe. Azama was totally bi for Vanar and Azam. When men began treating him as a dual-aspected god, it reminded me of the person he used to be. And I couldn't help be struck with the pang of nostalgia. The ancients had capitalism. Well, I imagine, like, the concept of a merchant is a bit different in that world compared to what our modern concept of a merchant is. I imagine it's more along the concepts of intellectual trade. But I imagine there's also, like, I imagine there are ancients who just didn't want to use creation magics for everything. Well, I imagine there are ancients. Yeah, we can buy some of Vicolor gems in Elpis. So we can trade things for fancy rocks. I think, like, based on just some of the ancients that we've known, some of the ancients not wanting to rely always on creation magics, I could understand. I could understand some ancients being, like, curious about engaging with the world in, like, more simple ways to try and get maybe a better understanding of it, or just for, like, a sense of novelty. Of just, like, sure, I could, like, create a house. I could create dwellings for me. I could create my clothes with creation magic. I could create food with that. But I want to rely on, yeah. I want to rely on the more simple things of just, like, working other ways to do that. For, like, the scientific aspect of just how do things work in the natural world without creation magics being involved. And if you have that, then merchants showing up is, like, also just a thing that would, like, naturally be of just... if you don't want to rely on creation magics to get everything you need, you're not going to be able to get everything you need, so therefore you need to get that stuff from other like-minded people, and then trade would happen. There's a lot of them with farming or chefs, yeah. Yeah. Just based on what we know the ancients to be like, the idea that a number of them would deliberately eschew creation magics for certain aspects of life is something I completely buy into. I mean, Vanar herself alone, not that Vanar, like, didn't use creation magics or anything like that, but the idea of, like, the seat of Azim is about exploring the world and learning naturally what it's like. So I imagine Azim's probably would, like... I mean, that was one of the things for Azim, of just being like, oh, Azim wanted to, like, save a volcano. To, like, save the tasty grapes that were there. You could just creation magic the grapes, but... Nofika was a landscape architect of great repute who grew plants gathered from the star over. Despite being skilled in magic, she preferred to nurture plants as nature. Thing I was literally discussing. This happens all the time. And her garden ever bloomed with beautiful flowers. All who visited were said to leave with their souls salved. She also had a massive rack. Althik was a researcher who observed newly made creations in Elpis. He possessed mastery over time magics, and was known to be a kind-hearted, if reticent man. Okay, I think Althik was one of the ones who mentioned about us running into him. You might be able to pinpoint the exact person in Elpis who became Althik. Remember the brother and sister we met in the Elpis Blue quests? Oh! There, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's Althik and Nemea. That's Althik and Nemea. That was, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. We're not gonna know all of them because we're only in Elpis, and Elpis is a small part of the world. But it makes sense that some of them were from Elpis. Although it was at his sister's urging that he first joined our faction, he soon became a stalwart believer in the cause, and always took the initiative in discussion. Haloni was a formidable warrior tasked with hunting creations that were deemed detrimental to the star. For her prowess, she had been regarded as a leading candidate for the seat of Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order. Okay, so one of them was so good at something that they almost became one of the actual convocation seats. But then, final days happened. Medvina was the youngest among us, a student affiliated with the Words of La Habrea at the Academia Anida. Even within that prestigious institution, she was considered a prodigy, and hers were the hands that created the magic to isolate and seal Zodiac. Wow. Thaliak was the headmaster of the Academia Anida. The headmaster. A man of learning and leadership both, who presided over the institution's myriad faculties. No known phenomena exists in which he wasn't versed. Was it not justice to express the remarkable scholar that he was? Nemea was an observer in Elpis, like her older brother Alphic. She possessed a caring and inquisitive nature, and was liked and trusted by her peers. It is said she began the custom of offering flowers to the departed. Yeah, we like literally did that. Okay, so, because this, like, you literally do a quest where you do this. You literally do a quest where you offer flowers to the departed. And the person you do that for is literally the person who becomes the god Nemea. And then that's why we now have Nemea. Oh my god. Oh my god. Limlane was a researcher at Metabasia Thalassai, a facility for the observation and evaluation of sea life. So passionate was she about her work, she once threw a knife at someone who inadvertently came too close to her observation subject. And also, are you just gonna leave out the part, Oshon? Oshon, are you just gonna leave out the part where you tried to stare at her naked and she threw a knife at you? A fish knife at you? Oshon, are you just gonna leave that part out? Are you just gonna leave that part out? Because it was you that she threw the fish at. Oshon was a traveler whom Vinar encountered in the wilderness. They shared a campfire and discussed at length what it meant to be free. Basically found another Azam on the road. Leaving my hopes as the wanderer in this place, I shall set forth anew. As simply a man named Derek. And last but not least, the Watcher. Watcher Law. He was the chief archivist at Anamnesis Anantha, and respected Vinar deeply as an individual, even as he cared for her as a dear friend. Is that the one that we see in 5.2? That's probably him. In 5.2, when we're like watching the things happen about that, talking about becoming the heart of Heidelin and stuff like that, there's one specific one who says, Vinar, does it have to be you who becomes Heidelin? That might be the Watcher. It could be that person who is the Watcher. Indeed, among our number, none was more devoted to Vinar. And that devotion made him best suited to his duty and the solitude that accompanies it. Okay, all the stuff I was talking about lore-wise for like wanting like more of that. Okay, yeah, the 12 are like proto-Vinars basically. What does that mean? I'm glad we're getting some of it here. I do wish we still got more of it for the rest of the quest, but this section fucking rules. This rules. Because again, once the realization of, yeah, the 12 are just like Vinar in ideology and belief, so of course they're gonna like leave the stars to the people who are here afterwards and everything like that. And they were people who like knew Vinar at the time of Vinar. That raises questions. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about their, like, the people. I want to know more about their thoughts and everything like that. And this does that very well. This does that very well. That is all. There's a lot to remember, but I should be glad if they remain with you in some way. We're grateful that you should share with us these new aspects of Heidel and the 12. Thank you. Well, it's past time we head back to Charlian. We wouldn't do to keep Ajika waiting. Like, it does a lot to help, like, expand also just Vinar and Heidelin. Because you're already dealing with so much shit in the MSQ for Endwalker. Like, you get a lot of the people who are, like, followers of Zodiac and all of their mentality, right? Like, obviously, like, you get Emmett and Shadowbringers alone doing that. But you get Hathor who's sacrificing himself, you get other people who do all of that. And so we haven't had much of a look into more of the like-minded people who agreed with Vinar. And so getting this little explanation on what all of them are like and just being like, all of these people, all of these ideas and all of these thoughts and all of these individuals together, these are the types of people who supported Vinar and supported the star becoming what it is here. I wonder what the Doomed Yuri person thought of this bit. Did Doomed Yuri girl ever get to Bosnia? Did Doomed Yuri girl ever get to Bosnia? Because I already know where that's going. Because I already know where that's going. I assume we were traveling via Limbs of the Minza. In which case, allow us to see you off from there. Tonight I've wandered alone. But as I recently learned, a journey is better shared. Again, I wish we got more little bits and more extra parts as we went through the whole story than just there. But I will say, does anyone give up our name? Yeah. I do think overall, the last section of this storyline has been the best. Like, the story of the first two parts is a lot of fun assing around. Even, like, actually traveling to the different marks with them. There's a couple cool moments in there. There's a couple good moments in, like, the fucking around with them earlier. Like, having the, like, one of the followers of Dalamud and Menfina watching from a distance. Like, that moment is nice. I appreciate that. And stuff. But even, like, traveling to all of the other things with the 12 themselves wasn't, like, that deep. It didn't do a lot there. But, Thalia being the best of the raids, it still has some of the issues I have with the Alliance raids in Endwalker, in that they're way too slow for, like, how mechanically complicated they are, where the answer becomes a lot more obvious well and truly before you have to solve it, so you just kind of stand around waiting. Which I also just think is, like, I also think it impacts this a lot more than what it would other Alliance raids, because, like, in other Alliance raids, if something's a little slow attacking you, or if something isn't that powerful attacking you, you can kind of brush it off as, okay, whatever. But it really makes the 12 look kind of pathetic. It's the fact that it's specifically the fucking 12. And their attacks are, like, easier to dodge than, like, random polar bears that we fought in, like, Lapis Manalis or fucking wherever. Is concerning. It's one of those things where the story is impacted. Like, the quality of the story and the how strong the 12 are and, like, how much aether they have to return to the star is impacted by how easy their fights are. By just being so slow and not that punishing because of eye level, and even then, they're not the hardest mechanics to work out. I'm charging this attack! Watch out! Like fucking Limblane. More like lame. Despite how much I want to fuck her. Like, she had an attack that was like, I'm going to do a right cleave. And then a left cleave. Charge done! Right cleave! Left cleave! And it's like, really? It's just two half-room cleaves. It's just two half-room cleaves that you telegraphed. It's not even like you telegraphed it like the way that Athena telegraphs it, of like having shapes appear on the wings. You telegraphed it by just like literally showing me the AoE on the floor itself. So it's not even like, oh, the AoE might be confused, like the telegraph might be confusing. You literally showed me on the floor where they were. And then you still waited like 15 fucking seconds to actually do it. And it's like, Bro, this is Endwalker. I'm used to half-room cleaves. It's almost every fight in this in this expansion. This expansion, like, this expansion is seeing this in front of it. And this cock in front of it is a half-room cleave. And Endwalker is just deep-throating that shit as hard as possible. I'm used to half-room cleaves in Endwalker. I don't need a 20-second warning on it to get ready for it. Kind of if they didn't use the Halone half cleave in the final fight. What, did Halone get an attack during that? Did Halone get an attack during that, like, final sequence? Did she? Charging spear, the spear target thing. Oh yeah. The thing I fucked up. I think that's the one that killed me. No, the thing that killed me was Alphic one. The thing that killed me was Alphic Nemea, I think. Unless that was combined. They spammed the Rolga Fist thing way too much. For a boss that's meant to be all 12 of the mechanics combined, I don't know why they spammed Rolga's fist moves so much. Like, they did the triangle pattern with Rolga so many times compared to, like, every other one of the 12s. I don't know why Rolga got that so many times. I'm confused by that part. Our friends are presently booking their passage. Surely y'all can teleport. Surely y'all have the Aether to teleport back to Charlian. That's where you were. There's room aboard the next ship, so we'll be setting sail shortly. Oh, Derek, as soon as we arrive in a crowded place, you up and disappear. Ah, it is a force of habit, in order to avoid people. But I needn't do so anymore. On the contrary, I should embrace the chance to connect with other Gilberts. Students are so poorly funded. So it's not that they can't teleport because of magic. It's just like, yeah, Aetherite teleportation costs so much more than just catching a ship. As your comrades will completely agree. And remember, you're always welcome to the Valdesian Annex, so be sure to pay us a visit. You may depend on it. Thank you, Derek, for giving us your trust. And thank you as well, Manifest. Had you not been with us, we would have struggled to grant the 12 their wish. Well, we best find our vessel, while the report remains to be compiled. I believe we can officially declare our investigation complete. So next we meet, my friends. Keep reading that letter, Kryl. Keep pronouncing Tuliolal enough so us white people can say it properly when Dawntro comes out. Or now, either Aetheritoll's working game. Does the teleportation sword disappear from your pockets or something? I assume there's meant to be like a watchman at each Aetherite who, like, when someone spawns in, they come up to you and go, "Money, please." Because again, canonically, most, not all, because some of them don't make sense. This is gameplay-wise. So, most Aetherite costs, at least across Eorzea, are like, you can speak to some of the people like in Limsa, where it's like, oh, it's people from Uldar, Amagina and something like that, where they straight up like say, hey, we're the, like, you pay Aether bills because we're the ones who installed them all. So it's kind of like a toll, like a road toll, because we're the ones who installed it. Maybe it's like a bill you in the mail at the end of the month. They keep track of like just who goes where. Do you still have time, Manifest? Ere I am back on my journey, there's a place nearby I would like to visit. Might I come ask you to accompany me? Thank you. Come. We shall head outside the city via the Tempest Gate. That was what they said in like the level 1 quest for the ones out and nowhere. I guess you just like, who are you giving money to? Who are you giving money to when you teleport to Bestway Burrows? Who? Because like, Armagina and Sons did not do that. Armagina and Sons did not do that. I gotta say, also as a Limsa bro coming out here, this is really cute. To be like, go forth on your journey, Derek. And it's like leaving Limsa, the thing that I did back when I was a Sprout. Coming out here to kill Wharf Rats. Though, to be fair, I went to Middle Enosha first. I just want the Laurers to have a little walking around money. Here, the wind whips in from the sea like a storm. But I've always found the sensation quite invigorating. Lest you wonder, I intend to strike west, and then to make my way through Upper and Outer Lenosha. And in order to mark my new beginning as a man, on Rats I wish to see Oshon's embrace with you. You only accompany me across the bridge. Aww, that's why we're here. From there I shall continue on my own. Aww. Again, I don't think the overall lore reveal of what we've gotten in 12 is, like, disappointing. I really like it. And again, like, it fits in thematically with Endwalker, and for me, that's the most important thing. That's... Like, lore doesn't do much for me unless lore tells me about, like, either history that affects the current state of the world, or informs character, arcs and ideas, or is about, like, themes. I can enjoy lore for its own sake beyond that, but I'm going to care the most about lore. It's got to be, like, genuinely within one of those three things. So all of the lore that it does those things. It's just like, you know, it's only at the very end of the questline that we get that. Or about Bosnia and Dalmasca. That's the thing is that Bosnia and Dalmasca have actually interesting lore. They have lore that's interesting just in terms of, like, it's one of those things where sheer denseness gives you, like, very much paints a picture. And, but also, even with Bosnia and Dalmasca, especially Bosnia, like, the lore implications are still relevant to the themes that are going on. The lore implications are directly relevant to character interactions that you see and stuff like that. So it still fulfills those things. It still fulfills the stuff that I care about. Such a great wave that was ripped by the god's crypt from the mainland. In the wake of the calamity, my brother and I were all occupied with our respective duties. It was my very first time seeing the bridge. Shall we then? It's already quite impressive to behold. I'm the follower NPC! I am now the follower NPC. So it's temporarily reconstructed with wood. Ah, such an invigorating breeze. Urk, urk. Oh, Atheris. No beauty truly knows no balance. Forgive me, I was lost in thought. No, it's alright. It's a good thought. Go wait for that bit between point 5 and point 0 where Bosnia will never fill back up. What about Eureka 3? What about Eureka 3? I look forward to the bridge's completion. Because if they're following the pattern that Bosnia did, wouldn't it literally be like 0.55 that they introduced the last section of Eureka 3? Because Zadnor came out in like the last patch of Shadowbringers. Like, I'm pretty sure Zadnor and Dalriada were literally 0.55. If I pretend it doesn't exist hard enough, it won't affect me. Who knows? You know, I've had a lot of issues this week with my throat, just being like, oh, my throat's going to affect streaming, it's going to be harder to talk and everything like that. And some days this week I could barely talk after work. I'd come home from work and be like, ugh, and I couldn't talk. I thought that might be an issue today, especially considering I've been to 2 concerts this week, where I was yelling and or singing decently loudly for a decent amount of it. No, my throat's like fine today. It's just my nose. What the hell? Cannot predict what my body's gonna do. Tis a fine bridge, boasting splendid views and brimming with life. The very image of a man's determination to overcome adversity. I am honored that she be named Doshan. Ook. One final ook for the road. Well, this is as far as I asked you to come. But if you're willing, well, we converse a little more. Occurs to me I asked about your opinion of the 12. How you personally perceive us, for instance, or what you felt when you faced us. Your words from the heart, I would take with me as a memento. I thought most of you were hot, and I'm upset that you disappeared because it now means that I can't have sex with most of you. Is that so? The others will be glad to hear that. Thank you for humoring me, Manifest. And apologies for keeping you so long. Can you turn it down again so I can suck it? I'm ready to set forth now. To witness a world filled with our blessing. Ook! To begin with, I shall tour Lanosha and visit those locales which are named after the 12. After which, I shall go wherever the wind blows. Together with this fellow, of course. Until such time as he tires of my company. That's not happening! You're stuck with me forever. This time, I shall embrace the joy of meeting and accept the sorrow of parting. And when the time comes for me to return to the star, I shall share my experiences with my brethren. Needless to say, your words will feature prominently in my recounting. Oh. You continue your own journeys, will you not? Then I shall look for you out there. Fare you well, my friend. And may the 12 bless you and keep you. Ook! 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 Myths of the realm. The ending is good. The entire alliance, everything about the quest line, stumbles a little bit in a lot of places. I'm glad it sticks the ending well, though. 12-fold blessings and one among wonders. Realize I totally have a monkey emote. Shove a blue monkey dies. Well, it didn't come through sadly on this, so. The paintings of the 12 are now available for purchase from Durame. For Eosia, for Atheris. Yo. Yo. Embraced by gods. Now, when we say embraced, I mean having sex with. Weaken my paintings. Overall, I liked art. T-shirt really takes to their final words. Yeah, it's again. It's not like I don't dislike the overall series. I know a lot of people have matron portraits. I can't imagine why. For no particular reason. Can't imagine why. I should probably put a limb lane one in my house. The only space I have left to put a limb lane one in my house is getting rid of Orchard font. But that feels mean. Feels mean to get rid of Vorsh font for a limb lane. Yeah, I don't necessarily dislike everything that we got from it. Again, I like thematically what it is. I like lore reveal what it is. It's obvious, but it makes a lot of sense for what Endwalker is, and thematically lines up with Endwalker, and I appreciate it for that. It just took too long to get to there, and because it took too long to get to there, we couldn't do enough stuff with it. This was something I was gonna say before the stream started. Which I can say now. And this applies to Alliance raids across literally the entire game so far. I feel like the devs don't utilize the Alliance raids as well as what they should, considering how big of a deal Alliance raids are. I think of the normal raids, and the normal raids in A Realm Reborn cover Louis, Swat, and Bahamut. It's like a direct sequel to the end of 1.0. Heavenswood has Alexander, which Alexander doesn't connect to anything else, but it does give you a lot more reason to explore Idleshire. And then Alexander is just like exploring concepts that the game hasn't before, aka time travel. It's not like directly relevant to anything that's happening, but you know. Kind of like the first little thing of just like, yeah. But then it's like, Stormblood raids are Omega. Stormblood raids are Omega. A thing that you've been hearing about since literally fucking Realm Reborn has massive implications on Stormblood because it was the thing that captured Shinryu. And then the Omega storyline connects to everything to do with Midgard Soma. So, like, it has, like, big implications for all of that. Shadowbringers has the Eden raids. Shadowbringers has the fucking Eden raids. More time with Rain and the introduction of Gaia. Actual history on why the flood happened and the actual mechanics behind the flood happening on the first, alongside a storyline that is like building up towards a possibility of the first being able to restore the empty. It's a huge deal. Then you get Endwalker and its Pandemonium. And Pandemonium is a big way of expanding on the Unsundered world, with still, like, locking it towards basically mainly Elpis. But you get a lot more story, like, you get the reveal that sometimes people in the Unsundered world were just power-hungry maniacs like Athena. You actually get La Brea in Unsundered, non-crazy villain form. You get a Elidibus in a, like, I am Elidibus and I am defined by my duty mode. You get a lot of character stuff that happens there, and then you get like a fucking voiced cutscene with him at the very end as like an epilogue to everything that you've dealt with all of the Unsundered. And so it's just every raid series is like a big fucking deal. Every one of the normal 8-man raid series is a big fucking deal. They deal with lore things in the game that are a huge deal. They have a lot of story stuff going on with them, and it's like some of the revelations that you learn in that are like relevant for stuff later on, even if they don't make it mandatory. Fucking like Everything with Louis, like, the Binding Coils is, like, the start of Alice's entire character arc. Everything with Omega is a conclusion to, like, further exploration of the dragons and everything like that, and all of that stuff directly comes up in the final zone of Endwalker. Everything with, Eden is expanding on more, Asians, and all of that, and if you do that, a character from it shows up in an MSQ cutscene later. And then you get your voiced cutscenes with characters that you've, like, been talking to since fucking A Realm Reborn in that. All of the raids and their storylines are big fucking deals. And so I just feel like they don't take even close to that level of seriousness when they do the Alliance raids. And it's weird to say that the closest I feel they do it is A Realm Reborn. Like, even outside of the retroactive stuff that happens with the Crystal Tower in A Realm Reborn. Even outside of that, like, at least the Crystal Tower is dealing with Allagans, which is a big part of A Realm Reborn. It deals with the giant fucking tower that appeared, which it appeared as a result of the calamity that just happened at the end of 1.0, and it itself, you learn through the lore of it, that it was actually a cause of a prior calamity, and you go to the Void in it, and at the time you don't realize that the Void is like a reflection of the Sundered Source or anything like that. But through A Realm Reborn, normal story and side content, you'll learn a lot about the Void. Like, well, you end up fighting a lot of Void Sen. So going to the home of the Void's a big deal. Combat-wise, it's like, you know, whatever. But, like, the story in, the Crystal Tower felt like it mattered a lot to the world. And it's just, so you go to Heavenswood, and it's about, like, don't get me wrong, I love the Sky Pirates. But you go to Heavenswood, and you're dealing with Sky Pirates. And they're just, like, brand new for it. Like, nothing's been hinted that, like, this is a thing. They're just here now. And what their storyline ends up dealing with is, again, the Void. Which at that point is like, okay. Literally the last Alliance raid was about the Void. And, like, the Cloud of Darkness and wanting to, like, end everyone. So now the Sky Pirate storyline is just about, oh, it's another Void Sen. But actually it's also the same Void Sen that you defeated in a dungeon back in A Realm Reborn. Evilis at least takes its own lore seriously. Evilis does a lot to take its own lore seriously. But it's also, hey, let's use Evilis as a way to have a crossover with another game. Something that will never go wrong with doing that with Alliance raids. So you get Evilis. And while Evilis, like, Evilis isn't super important to the rest of the lore of the game, it at least does a lot trying to expand it on a part of the world that you just know nothing about. So at least Evilis does that. Like, Evilis has, like, lore implications for the Gallians in terms of their history. But it's also lore that just gets underutilized by being so old that, like, it's nowhere near as relevant as, and then the Corvosi wanted to kill all of the Gallians because they didn't have magic powers. So at least, so Evilis isn't like, oh wow, we're finally learning about this part of the game. It just takes a part of the game that you may have heard slight little details about and does a lot with it. And thank fucking God Evilis gets Bosnia to, like, go even further in that. But it's not something that you've heard in the game before, right? So it's still just a case of, oh, it can feel more just like it's a crossover rather than it's trying to be about 14. It does. It does it well. Again, I think if you want to do crossovers in this game, Evilis is the way that you do it. Because Evilis doesn't try to cross over with the actual Evilis games. Evilis takes all of the stuff that Evilis is and says, what would that be like in the world of Final Fantasy XIV? Which that's what Final Fantasy XIV does with other Final Fantasies all the time anyways. So that's why it works. It's not trying to be like, you're teleported to the actual Evilus from 12 and tactics and stuff like that. It's like, no, let's take that lore and make it make sense in the world of 14. And that's what happens with, like, Final Fantasy III, I think it is, when it does, like, Crystal Tower stuff. Other Final Fantasy games when they're just like, hey, what would this lore be like if it was in 14's world, rather than just, let's have 14 go to that world. So then the Shadowbringers Alliance raid happens. And they said the story literally doesn't fucking matter. To be fair, 3's plot is very thin. The early games are very easy to transpose onto 14. I think they managed to do a shockingly good explanation with Evilus. Just as someone who hasn't played the actual Evilus games, I look at Evilus in this game and just be like, yeah, this feels like a really satisfying expansion of 14's world. It feels very different to a lot of other stuff. I can feel that it's like not the same writing as the rest of the game in terms of just the way that it's written, but also the kind of history. Yeah, you can transpose the earlier games well, like very easily, because there's not a lot of plot. But I don't think that stops Evilus from being transposed into 14 well. They did it well with like, Evilus. And then the next Alliance raid is Shadowbringers with Nia. The singular worst example in, I would say, video games in general of having a crossover and having a crossover between a lore-heavy series and a story-heavy game. And just none of the lore or the story matters for either franchise. Because the writer is too much of a piece of shit to actually give a shit about any of that. And just spends the entire time trying to mock the story-heavy game for being a story-heavy game. Because he's a hack fraud who doesn't know how to make good video games unless people are restraining him. And then we have the Myths of the Realm. And again, it's just a case of, it's not that I dislike what's here. But again, it feels like they don't take Alliance raids as seriously as what I would like them to. There's a Sailor Themes Monk and Ruds at Han. I don't even know where we're going after this. I'll teleport the Ruds at Han. Why not? This guy? Hello there, Vincent Travis. No, you're a samurai. Oh, this guy's wearing... This is the Field Commander. Did you know Field Commander is becoming dyeable in 7.4? Oh my god. Hey, Averill. Who are you staring at? They may have run away. Oh, this is just a sage. They may have run away. I'm sad now. Are we doing bunnies today? What other things happened in this patch is also the thing. There are other things that happened in this patch, I assume. But the main thing I was gonna... Yeah, so... Here's my issue with Alliance raids in Final Fantasy XIV. Cut to Rant Soda doing this pose. And text next to me saying, 14 Alliance raids bad, question mark, written in all reds. With just a picture in the background of it, of just being 2B's us. So, when major patches come out for this game, right? As in, not like a brand new expansion, but every patch that comes out in between. Your 0.1s, your 0.2s, your 0.3s, your 0.4s, your 0.5s. What's the big thing that drops with every major patch? MSQ and a raid tier of either normal raids or Alliance raids. So every patch Like, the MSQ is the big draw for just more story. But the big thing is also the raid. Because any of the other big content is stuff that's either usually 0.1 or 0.5. It's usually not until then that the other big things come out. Like, you know, more relic stuff, more variant dungeons, more, like, Ishgardian restoration, stuff like that. That's normally a 0.1 or, like, a 0.x1 or a 0.x5 thing. So when the big patch drops, it's like, here's MSQ and here's the raid that goes with it. And so when the raids are that important, when the raids have that much of a spotlight of, they are like half of the parcel of the patch, like pushing the patch forward and advertising the patch, the raids, the normal raids feel that important. The normal raids feel like that big of a deal in terms of what they mean for the game. Whereas Alliance raids, I'll be honest, feel like an afterthought more often than they don't. And considering that Alliance raids are like meant to be pushed as one of the big things per patch, to the point where they are literally meant to be as big of a deal as a normal raid, just on the alternate patches, the fact that so much of the Alliance raids across all of the entire game almost feel like an afterthought in terms of like lore and story and fight design is concerning. Because I'm now 5 expansions in, and it feels like every Alliance raid has some form of hindrance in some regard for that. Not all of them fail at all of them, but like, in this one, the story felt like an afterthought until the last of it dropped. And the gameplay felt like the most afterthought ever. Because of, just how basic it is compared to the rest of Endwalker. Obviously, Shadowbringers, like, they brought gameplay at the fucking forefront of that. Shadowbringers near raids are some of the most intense, like, normal content in this entire fucking game. But they just did not give a single fuck about the story or the lore in any capacity. Evilist does good gameplay, Evilist does good lore, but it feels like they were using, like with Nia, one of the biggest deals of like the expansion as an excuse for a crossover? And I'm just like I think that's one of the things that makes Nia suck so bad. It's just like, you can use an Alliance raid to tell a big, intricate story over a long period of time in this game. That's literally what they do with normal raids. So when we get a storyline like Nia, it feels like it feels like a fighting game where it's just like it's a waste of a slot. But unlike fighting games where something's a waste of a slot, it's usually not that case. If something feels like a waste of a slot, it's because the dev resources were smaller. It's easier to make a clone character than a brand new character or something like that. But when it happens in 14 with an Alliance raid, it is a waste of a slot. Because we know that we're getting an Alliance raid either way. So the fact that we got an Alliance raid that gave nothing for 14's story and world building, the stuff that people come to 14 to play primarily above all else, it's a case of you get to the end of the Shadowbringers and just wonder, why the fuck did we even bother having an Alliance raid? And then Endwalker is like, okay, you did a little bit with it, but why aren't you putting the same effort into your Alliance raid stories and combat as you were into Pandemonium story and combat? And it's just, I'm now 5 expansions deep, and I'm realizing that this problem with Alliance raids is in literally every expansion. Stormblood's the closest to doing it by actually having interesting lore that doesn't connect to anything else in the game, and having fun combat that actually challenges you in some capacity. But it still almost feels like it's just an excuse to have a crossover more than any of the positives. And it's just like, devs, I wish you took Alliance raids as seriously as I wanted you to. They're such a huge part of the game for when expansions are coming out. And it just feels like they don't take it as seriously as how they present how serious it should be. And it's confusing. It's confusing that alliance raids have just been that consistently. It's confusing that alliance raids are just that, and that is just what they are. I don't understand why. We have, okay, looking at the list here. We have a custom delivery to unlock. Oh, fuck, my food delivery came today. I completely forgot to grab it. Whoopsies, my bad. Completely forgot my food delivery was this week. Whoopsies. Whoops. Yeah, we have a custom delivery to do. We won't be finishing this before Endwalker. We don't have enough weeks to do that, but like, hey, first 2 or 3 streams of Dawn Trail are gonna like be finishing Endwalker custom delivery. Where do we go for that? The thing I asked for like 3 streams in a row because I kept forgetting. We could have started it earlier to make sure it finished before the end of Endwalker. Whereas what we're doing is starting it in terms of the accurate patch that it came out. But overall, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's not that big of a deal. It's custom delivery. It's like a 10-minute check-in. Having a 10-minute check-in on the first 2 or 3 streams of Dawn Trail isn't the biggest deal, especially considering Island Sanctuary is likely still going to be there anyways, which will be a longer check-in. I think Sharlian... Am I journeying to Sharlian to strike a bargain with the woman who shares my gifts? Request of one's own in Sharlian. Well, this works out because we also have to go to Sharlian because we can unlock every extreme today now that we've done all the trials. That is also a thing that's been written down. We can actually unlock all of the extremes. Every trial in Endwalker is now done. No. There we go. Oh, really far out to the harbor. Really far out to the harbor. Then to Sharlian to strike a bargain with a woman, alright. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, vacation travel ephemeral. Actually, fuck it, while we're here, let me do this. While we're here and I'm literally passing by Yoshi P, let's talk to Yoshi P and unlock some extremes. Greetings, my friend. You have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Actually, while I read that, let me grab a can of drink so I don't burn my throat out. Ow! 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 Ow, 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 ow. Chat, ow. Orange. Orange. No, my headphones died. No, my headphones died. Yoshida-san, why are you a Reaper? Well, isn't that the bit? Because for FanFest, when Reaper was announced, he came out dressed in Reaper clothes. Because he also did the same thing for Samurai and Gunbreaker in prior expansions. Which I presume come Dawn Trail he did Viper. Because it was the first job announced. There. Why is he in a Yukata on the first? They don't have gunbreakers over there. They have a gunbreaker, but they only have Thancred. They don't have gunbreakers. I do find it really funny that they made Thancred a gunbreaker in the expansion where he's stuck on a world where gunbreaking literally doesn't exist. So we had to just kind of explain to people how gunblades work and invent gunblades on the first. It is quite funny. I got think that's not happening. Ow, ow, ow. I'm okay. Bah. Bah, bah, bah. It was Viper for DVT FanFest. Yay! Alright, let's talk about Barbariccia. I'm gonna butcher all of these and make Crafts very upset. This is payback for all the times I'm insulted for saying water. Good gods, a battle in the void! Certainly wasted no time seeking out newfound adventure. By all means, regale me with the thrilling details. So she had a lot of hair, and she punched me with it. Then she pulled me into a tiny little circle and stuck me there and asked me to avoid a lot of shit. It was actually quite fun for a normal trial. Worlds without death, where the strong devour the weak. An woman touched by darkness who possesses the power to seal void sun. Fascinating stuff indeed. You ever also how much I give a fuck about my country? High five, man. Not really giving a shit about your country because your country has a lot of issues with its history that you're not proud of. Yay. But this archfiend Barbariccia, as cool as she is ravishing. When did I mention that part? Though she is fearsome enough by your account. How but wonder. What if she had devoured more of the great worm Zather? How terribly bright might her soul have shone then. Don't talk about her eating more as Dire. What the fuck? Yes, they come to me. The beginnings of a new verse! Pray listen if you will. I bet she's so incredibly sexy. Yoshi P, the P stands for pervert. Mind if I just casually mentioning how she was hot? In armor black from shadowed lair, the knight with steely voice declared, a dragon's freedom he did steal, victory in his crusade to seal. When made flesh, the archfiend fair, her pride, her long and lustrous hair, on dragon soul she feasted well, a tempest freed to toll the knell. Fighting to devour, devouring to fight. Should the day come when this wheel is broken, would a Voidsen greet her end with a wail of anguish? Or would she heave a sigh of relief? Whichever it may be, 'tis ironic to think that a soul who had sought freedom, and for so long, should end up being imprisoned in cold crystal. What happens if you break the Memoria Crystal? What happens if you break the Memoria Crystal? I know, like, normally doing that means they, like, possess you. Because that's what was happening during Lunar Subterrane when we went into the past. But, like, can you free a soul by just breaking it? Iambic pentameter, I hardly know her. Grape juice all over. Thus I would sing of that final battle. For in that lightless world, 'tis in such moments I believe that her life shined the brightest. Not our problem anymore. I mean, there's a sundered chunk of Zodiac that, in the idea is that Raining Gaia is going to use that as a darkness battery for all eternity. So, you know. There's also that. Rubicante. Another fiend that sounded like your friend Thancred, you say? The Voidsen vaults across the rift and launch an assault on our world. Goodness, and here I thought you might find a reprieve from your dealings with the Voidnet's denizens. Pray tell me more. Oh, by the way, shout out, just while we're here, shout out to the Zoromus fight. I wasn't sure if this game could actually do spectacle that would make me feel shit in terms of like, oh my god, the threat is dire after Endsinger. And obviously Zoromus doesn't feel as extreme as that. But the fact that Zoromus still making me kind of go, oh shit, this is a real fucking problem. Holy shit, in a post-Endsinger world. Well done. Well done. Literally showing the effects as the veil is shattered. So I can see the bunny's hideout. Definitely helps. I see. Theirs was a world bereft of true death, and so they sought its release in ours. It was curious impetus to take action, would you not agree? And this Rubicante. He too was prepared to embrace his end with open arms. He can help but wonder. Had he drank deeper of the dragon's aether, how brightly might his soul have burned ere it flickered and failed. Nah, my nose. I don't know how my nose is the thing that's having an issue today. I'm gonna open! I do believe this quandary is inspired the makings of a new verse. You might lend me your ear a moment. I still prefer Venerana over Orba. In armor black the knight did ride. to claim lands wherein death resides. Thither would his people know the silent gift of death's great flow. Honor bound, a friend of fire, forged in battle, owned by ire. He stood defiant, soul ablaze, heart heavy with sins of bygone days. Yamanai. In another life, one might say, yet the heart of a hero true. A heart broken, perhaps, by the bitter truth that the void could not be saved without sacrifice. Yet he was willing to offer up his soul to become a monster, dying to uphold his ideals. A heroic sacrifice in his eyes, no doubt. The circumstances of his death aside, I believe such a noble soul is worthy of remembrance and song. The people may look back on the man he was rather than the beast he became. Manto Dios. Alright, what about Golbez? With... what is it? With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation! You shall know true terror! I think that's something along those lines. The knight clad in armor black. Pray tell me of your encounter with him beyond the veil, and spare no detail. Where my rhyme kiss bleeds! Look to the heavens for your doom! Golbez weapons aren't something I'd use, but I do like how they look a lot. Can you get Golbez's sword? Like as a Dark Knight sword? His hero's blade. I don't need Ashdaya wrapped around it, but just the sword itself would be cool. So the true motive for his crusade was the salvation of his brother. Thus did he pervert Ashdaya's yearning to return home into a force capable of breaking down the barrier between worlds. But one that speaks of deliverance, concocting a plot that would condemn the souls of another world to death rings decidedly unheroic. Nonetheless, feel inspired with the new verse. Right on your ears. Ba-ba. Ba, 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 ba. For home the shackled worm did yearn, stained by shadow her nature turned. In darkness did her captor swear to claim his kind their stolen share. Only salvation would suffice, another world to pay the price. Hailed hero or branded villain, deeds never to be forgiven. Until we forget him in 6.5. What could have driven him to such ends? To sacrifice the very souls he hoped to save. To give rise to an entity born of such sorrow as Zeromus. He is worthy of contempt for his deeds, of that there is no doubt. Yet all was done for the salvation of his people. What can I help but be drawn to such a tale? Feels weird that we're so close to finishing Endwalker. Endwalker's like this. It's Endwalker. Fucking Endwalker. Feels so weird that we're so fucking close to the end of it. Greetings, my friends. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel's all is. Zeromus. The dread beast Zeromus. 'Twas a battle that shook the very heavens, I'm sure. No less would befit an adversary named for a fallen champion of the 13th. You want to share? Captive audience stands before you. That song that played in the second phase though was sick. Most music in 14's not like that, but that one, like, oof, felt like old school Final Fantasy. And not like remixed to old school Final Fantasy, just straight up. Felt badass. Oh ho! So you counted baleful dark with resplendent light. And what a fascinating twist to the tale for Zero, Dennis and the Void to wield it. To be possessed of the strength of spirit to forge her own future in so brazen a fashion. Though in truth, knowing she is part Void Sent, I would have expected the light to refuse her outright. Which I think what might have happened if it had. To her, to Ashdaya, to this very star. From musings of darkest despair swing forth a song of hope. If I may. A song of hope. She dances on the wind. Higher, oh higher. Ere our vows endure, and remain forever strong. Standing tall in the dark, do we carry Wait, shit, wrong song. Wrong song. From dregs of dark did Zeromus rise, to claim the flesh of worm as its guise. Bereft of death, its kin left to weep, as fiend unleashed sought home and release. From self-same shade did rise the dark nights, a Vodka's child now graced by the light. 'Twas she who dared to defy her fate, and by her hand damnations we all break. Badass. I think it's his sword just a bit thinner or something. That I can understand. His sword is huge. For mercy, it seems Zero's found a way to save not only her voidsent kin, but her home as well. And while Gobos may have committed terrible deeds, that he yet lives means he may yet do good. The nigh fathomless darkness of Zeromus contained within the Memoria Crystal shall pave a path of newfound hope. An arduous path, to be sure, but one they shall walk together. And at journey's end, I pray, the 13th will flourish with life once more. Yo, Zeromus weapons definitely exist. I've done all the things, Yoshi P. I don't have anything else to tell you, I'm sorry. Boggety's nuts! You know I had to. Theopoldin! A request of one's own. Yoshi P is performing plays about this chance to everyone now. Everyone knows way too much about this star than what they probably should. We're gonna get some motherfuckers who are just gonna try and do a fucking rejoining on their own. Just being like, maybe the Asians were, right? I mean, fucking... Varus basically considered that after hearing the plan. Theopoldin is chatting animatedly with a gleaner. I like dancing. Pray see that it is done. Thank you for your unwavering service. Theopoldin! Long time no see. I thought it'd be good I didn't see you there. I trust you've been well? And the twins? Perhaps I should reintroduce myself. Our first meeting was passing brief after all. Now you're the one who gave us Dell, the twins' parents. My name is Theopoldin, and I oversee the researchers in Labyrinthus. During the final days, you'll love your children assisted me in exchange for stories about their mother and father. Although, I'm sure the issue of the Eighth Burner weighed heavier on your minds than personal anecdotes at the time. I remember! You scions truly managed to do the impossible. Our star owes you its salvation. Moreover, your spectacular voyage through the great expanse has driven our researchers to pursue greater heights of development and innovation. Have they worked out what to do with the Ragnarok yet? Are you building more toy boats? Starfaring vessels? Well, I can't deny something of the sort. The scope of our current work extends far beyond interstellar travel. The fuck do you mean, far beyond interstellar travel? What? Hair on my face. You gotta join me below. You can see for yourself what our researchers have been busying themselves with these days. My glance just delivered some missives that I must distribute, and I'd be greatly honored by your company. Live him. Give me a sec. I'm good. Marvelous. I've no doubt your presence will brighten many a day. In that case, where might we begin? Ah, yeah, so I don't want to pay Margaret a visit. Well, quite gregarious, that one. Always eager to share her opinions. Her laboratory's on the eastern side of Charlene Hamlet, so let us be off. Ba 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 da ba. Ba da ba 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 da ba. Charlene Hamlet! She go ham on my lead. Can't think of any others. This is the place. Let's see if she's in. Go down yourself. Yes, Simfaz. My apologies for intruding upon your break, but is Margaret available for chat? Hey, monkey. Oh, no, she, left for Thesaurus, I think. She mentioned something about a request or getting something off her chest. I couldn't say for sure. Thesaurus is a collective that oversees the allocation of research material. So actually they have a branch in Charlemagne and Hamlet. From quills to guildship commissions, the Thesaurus is a one-stop provider of countless valuable services. They commit to ensuring our researchers have what they need to perform their work effectively and efficiently. I'm sure Margaret will be kind enough to expand upon their offerings in exhausting detail when you find her. So the building just across the plaza. I got something off her chest, alright. I mean, what? Well, this doesn't bode well. Can't see it. Okay, good. I was about to say, do I actually have any of these? Did I make sure I left some over? Because I still have to do Emilians and Andon to, like, actually get their achievement data. Like, achievement up to 150 for them. And I was just thinking, it's like, wait, did I actually make sure I left one so I could actually do custom deliveries today? So I don't think I did that last week all the way before. I didn't do it today. Here we are. I assume we'll find Margaret with our receptionist. Did I do the society quests? I haven't had a lot of time to play this week, so I know I was like almost falling behind on the society quest, and I ended up mathing it out that if I did bunny quests this morning, I could finish the bunny stuff. But I don't know if I actually did them or not. Pretty sure I did them last night. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, okay. I should have to explain is an affront to common sense, but our development of elaborate thoughts infrastructure has been painstakingly rational, as befits this intellectual community. We have never shirked our duty to spare the returns of our research, be they informational or monetary. Naporia's ledgers can surely attest the equitable distribution of such dividends. Since this rational system is designed to create a self-sustaining cycle of funding for our research, it is only logical to conclude that nothing is rotten in the state of Charlie and Hamlet. Hi. But you know what is rotten, Hodge? What is hastening our decay, body and soul? The goddamn chairs, Hodge! The blank soulless walls! The complete inability to requisition anything deemed irrelevant to our research despite the abundant benefits they may provide. The sustainment of sanity and well-being of us researchers. We have found the one person who's Charlian, who's pushing back against crunch culture of Charlian. Oh my god. Tell me, is the mighty labyrinthos bereft of wealth or compassion? I'd like to know, Hodge. When I said she was eager to share opinions, I confess this is not what I had in mind. Margaret, would you kind of stop berating Hodge for doing his job? No, I'm with her. I like her already. But berating? No, I'm merely submitting a request for answers regarding systemic failures while offering my assessment of the situation. But now that you're here, so perhaps you can use authority to remedy this latest injustice? I could, Margaret. Sadly, our researchers have their limits. Especially the associates at Thesaurus. We need to make every effort to ensure the requests of each request receives due consideration. Furthermore, in light of your correspondence, letters received from your collaborators, you have more pressing matters to attend to. They say, and I quote, "We appreciate your concerns regarding the current schedule. Nevertheless, we wish to proceed according to the initially proposed schedules. Respectfully yours, etc." Why? Why does this always happen? What about the word impossible so difficult to comprehend? Do they think we're exaggerating? Or is the air too thin in the mountaintops of privilege from where our superiors deign to issue commandments? Why is it that when we dare to hope that perhaps this time it'll be different, it always ends up in the same catastrophe of unlearned lessons? Do it again, but faster. Sacrifice health, hygiene, and personal happiness as you feed the furnace. Its hunger for your labor insatiable. Oh, minion, render up your everything on the altar of glorious progress. Someone on the writing team was having a fucking day, and I support them. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. Take my life, my liberty. Just leave me my fluffy bed. I've only just remembered its gentle caress. But no, after ripping us from the bosom of me, comforts our servitude affords. Has been us to bruise our buttocks upon chairs harder than the heads of the whole forum combined. Upon the slags that greedy guilt pitches refuse to replace on the grounds. They are not essential for our work, despite the cries of our lower backs for succor. Mournful and ceaseless and distracting. Stifling genius and innovation! Just a reminder of how she was acting during the Ragnarok project. I do believe we ran... Was she the one who ended up dancing of like how stressed she was? Was she the one that we ran into, and when we started talking to her, she just started dancing? Yeah, it is her, yeah. Where's the comrade option? Where's the option of calling her a comrade? Can I help you somehow? Wait a moment. I've seen you somewhere before. Aether tanks! That's right, Aether tanks, I remember. Sure you wish to help? Because even I'm more indebted to you than you to me. I'm prepared to impose upon your goodwill if it will yield us even an ounce of respite. Tell me, you're an artisan, aspiring gleaner, someone to do what it takes. Oh, I knew it! Exude a kindness other people in our immediate vicinity decidedly lack. I get straight to the point. Our bums are so sore and our backs are curled like finger shrimp. Yo, they're all going... Yo, they're all shrimp mode gaming. Let's go! They're all going shrimp mode. Anything to help alleviate our pains would be greatly appreciated. Cushions, massage instruments, herbal supplements, anything. Yo, get me some fucking weed. I don't even give a shit. I'll spark up right now if it helps cure this fucking back pain. Judging by that, some of the generosity might go to waste. Though there's no shortage of achy research in my laboratory. So all donations will be put to good use. Rest assured, you will be compensated with more than our glowing gratitude too. You adventuring types like those colorful scripts, don't you? I remember tons of them left over from an old project, so they are yours should you bring them bring us joy. Oh yeah, Jess still humbles us. I hate to think that Margaret is pressuring you with her overzealousness. Are you sure strange would not to be in a position? I'll be fine. Well, it's your prerogative, and I'm sure your efforts will be appreciated by all. Hodge, coordinate with distributors of Margaret's scripts so we may establish provisional exchange in these offices about new partners' convenience. Provide enrichment for the scientists. We gotta get them the similar shit to the fucking bunnies. We're gonna build them like a thing on this circle, and that's gonna give them like music to listen to. We're gonna build this circle, and that's gonna give them like what's the other things they have in the operates? Food! Food. You know, the main difference is going to be, instead of, like, the normal operate music playing in their nightclub, it's just going to be Everything is Awesome from the Lego Movie. With Yankee at the far desk will see that you're furnished with whatever supplies you require. What I say to make use of our services. I have other missives that need delivery, so I shall leave you to it. But please, take care not to overexert yourself. Be advised not to hold you responsible if she does. What's up? Right. To avoid Theopoldin's wrath, why don't we start with 3 items or so? Your best material for backaches in exchange for my colorful scripts. I look forward to seeing what you deliver. Okay, I'll be honest, something I'm not sure of based on how that quest went. Does she realize we're the Warrior of Light? Does she actually realize we're the Warrior of Light? I don't even know. Because she just said, oh yeah, Aether Tank, sure. And I don't know if we've actually told her who we are. She knows it's 3 items with the first rank. That's how smart she is. See, here's your provisioning missions. Do those. Cushion care package. Oh, what the fuck? This trying to like work out which menu I was looking at. There's too many fucking menus in this. Look at her fucking signature! Even in the bottom left, she keeps doing maths in the margins. I love little detailing about being able to say shit like that. Nerd! Aw, Anton has a little leaf man. I didn't notice that before. Anton has a little leaf man there. Emilian's has some flowers on there. And a very, 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 very fancy signature. Charlemagne has Mael on there as well. L2 doesn't have anything specific on there. The pig there for Adgura. Oh, you got like a little thing down there. So you guess a couple, yeah. The further they go on, the more extra they do with it. Just the maths everywhere. There we go. Trying to like be like, who sells this shit? There we go. L2's out of random scratching and I'm gonna actually signature at the end. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, L2's evolved over time. That makes sense. Yeah, his straight up changed as it went on. Of course. $2,000. Can that get done in 2 groundworks? Let's go. Let's go. I finally replaced my level 80 accessories with level 90 script accessories. So it's slightly better. Not ready for Dawn Trail where I'm gonna have to craft properly again. Ew. Brody. Gonna have to actually do crafting how it's intended in this game once we get to Dawn Trail. Ugh. Disgusting. The Thesaurus is excuses. One might think it necessary to sell your firstborn to afford a comfortable chair and desk. Surely it isn't impossible to properly furnish a laboratory in a budget. Let's get the best script to Kickstarter. That is true. It's like with the better script, how much like, because I have 4,000. When I get to Dawn Trail, is that just like immediately like level 100 script gear? Or does stuff cost way more when it's the up-to-date script? Type of thing that I have absolutely no idea about. Sometimes a good cushion is all you need. Transform any odd chair into a posterior paradise. Designs that incorporate gelatinous material sourced from... Well, as long as it's comfortable, right? Do you know living items extraordinary quality to whomsoever's in need? Such behavior make a ninja able to trail behind you like awestruck ducklings. Myself included. Yes, I know how custom deliveries work. Stop giving me the paragraphs. I know how custom deliveries work. Video game. I know. This should make all the difference. Wait here. I'll go to live into my colleagues. My nose be farked. The results are in. Those items you procured for us are the best things since last Dark Godloaf. She's dancing again. No longer shall our backs suffer the cricks and cramps of outrageous furniture. With renewed health and mental clarity, we set upon our work and meet our deadlines without need for extensions. Probably. Probably. Oh. That tricks aside. We're very grateful to you, kind lady. For my complaints, we received a more civilized greeting, so I'm going to probably introduce myself. My name is Margaret. I work as a specialist in propulsion engineering here in Charlie and Hamlet. She does not know who we are. She does not know who we are. At all. Under the supervision of Coco Danko, my team participated in the development of the Aetherburner, the myriad ancillary propulsion systems of the Ragnarok. As our assignment concerned the crux of the project, we worked in tandem with a variety of other laboratories. My team was charged with performing analyses of the physical and ethereal phenomena to which the internal components would be subjected. The team calculated the necessary energy costs of all propulsion systems and proposed refinements to improve ethereal conductivity. And yet another team dropped plans that reconciled all our disparate findings into one cohesive image. Thus we spun our web of productivity. Cool, specialists only especially when the demand is for experience. So once the final days were threat to our lives no more, the threat to our livelihoods was reared its ugly head. Said wife, said wife. Thankfully, our space with the Ragnarok was a value to Gull and Ironworks to offer my team opportunity to collaborate on new airship engines. So we lived to labor another day. True to their Gullian roots, they were heavy on installing the power of their engines. But with a few adjustments for all Aether can also... you know about Aether's potential, don't you? Tell me, why did you need those things? Sort of often, or really, that people come clamoring for tanks with the capacity to power and to sell a vessel. Fancy to jaunt to the moon, did ya? Haha. She does not know who we are. You ripped a hole in the moon? To forestall a voice invasion? Fool the other one, it's got bells on. Next you'll be claiming you're a scion. Next up, Ultima Thule. Why are you giving me that look? Wait. What did you say your name was? Manifestus and Blightwind. Manifestus and Blightwind. Right. The very Manifestus and Blightwind who went to Ultima Thule with the other scions. Bro, could smite you, Theopolton. Would it have killed you to say something? All of us were so consumed by our work back then that we never got so much of a glimpse of the scions. Let alone... And now here I am whinging to you about back pain. I'll laugh. Apologies. I had no idea you were the Manifestus and Blightwind. It's quite a lot to process. Thank you for taking the time to help us. If you're so inclined, we would be terribly grateful for your continued assistance. Thesaurus is unlikely to loosen its purse strings anytime soon. And we're still in dire need of things to improve our quality of life here in Labyrinthos. Let's see. I'll make you an honorary member of our team. Or better yet, my own personal cleaner. The honor would be mine. And that's a fit for a hero. Glad to have you with us. Hey! A click with like a click sound. Fuck it. Forget. Yeah! And she's back to dancing. How long has it been since we've had an interaction with someone where they've gone that long without realizing who we are? I feel like it's been a while since we've had a situation where a character realizes who we are. Several moments through the conversation. So much work to be done of the researchers of Charlie and Hamlet to have their myriad needs met. And Margaret has a new favor to ask of you. Pardon me. About that request I submitted earlier. Have they reached a consensus? All materials necessary for your current research have been allocated. Additional supplies will not be forthcoming. Oh. I see. Thus spoke the wise bureaucrats unto the Abyssian worker. Tell us, what reasonable desire did you dare voice to our overlords? Oh, Margaret. I didn't think it was that unreasonable, all things considered. What are we supposed to do now? Good a chance as any. I do believe we have your next commission. The spot on man you see before you is Roaring Spring, a fellow researcher formerly assigned to the Ragnarok project, albeit on a different team. I'd be much obliged if you could procure whatever it was the Thor's refused him. He's a gentle soul, deserving of far better treatment than he's received. I think you'll find his area of expertise fascinating. If you can guess what it is, that is. Well... Rejoice, Roaring Spring. So we have a special offer on all things that Thoris is too parsimonious to provide. My great and benevolent friend will be happy to deliver you unreasonable desires. Like I said, I don't think it's that unreasonable, it's just truly. Well then, cat food! Or treats, toys, anything to amuse and delight our laboratories kitty cats. Their comfort is our comfort, their happiness our happiness. Anything in bulk would be greatly appreciated. Oh, but kitty cats! Since when did your colleagues become so adorable? Bit of a surprising request, but we can hardly fault him for his passion. So you can come up with. See what we can come up with, and I'll be sure to pass it along. Oh, hi. Hi there. No. Focus. Concentrate. So after I do this, I'm gonna go to bathroom break. Get up, move a bit. Feeling recreational device. Eyebrows has been guaranteed by science to entertain cats. What the cats can't entertain the notion of said science, however, is another matter entirely. It's a bit further than this one. Oh, that was the wrong... I was thinking quality, no. There it is. Don't remember where my macros are while I'm half falling asleep. So I'm overwords like Margaret. I'm overwords like Margaret. Pushing myself through it. We'll get there! One more! Come on! Arrgh, get in there, crafting! It's alright, when I come back from the bathroom, this is gonna get replaced with an energy drink. That'll be enough to get me through the last things that we have to do today. I guess the campaign of feline satisfaction. Treats and toys like promising candidates. Worthy of devotion will be required for long, give it all. Depends on the key in question. Perhaps a working on both may set or a simple box would suffice. I can do it, don't worry about it. I did it! I did it. I'm just trying to embrace the feeling of Margaret. And just being overworked and tired and falling asleep while trying to do very basic tasks. Why haven't I returned to my lab and my other neglected responsibilities? Never you fear, I'll tend to the perpetual bin fires just as soon as you leave. You're in a hurry to go, right? You do the weekly maximum. Alright, we will help Margaret and her overworked cohorts in the future for like only a couple more weeks, because like I think just looking at that, it may literally be just the first stream of Dawn Trail. Because next week, because the third heart will be during 6.51, then the next heart will be during 6.55. And then after that, it's Dawn Trail. So it's gonna be like literally the first stream of Dawn Trail will also finish Margaret. Anyways, what else do we have left? So Mists of the Realm, we got the custom delivery, we're done in extreme unlocks. How's it grasp the concept of chasing AoE? I'm just bad at them because of ping. I'm bad at chasing AoEs because of ping. Because some of them chase you so fast that if I don't sprint, I can't make it out alive without I can't make it out alive if I'm chasing AoE without the sprint. Anyways, yes. So the only thing I have left to do today is our normal check-in stuff. So we have Loperate quests to do. And then Island Sanctuary. Again, it's gonna be a bit shorter than some other 14 streams, just because normally we would combine point like XO and point X1 in together. But point X1 is a variant dungeon, and we combine that today, then it'll be over 12 hours. We have bunnies. Did I do them this morning? I did! I did! I have bunnies, and then we have Island Sanctuary. I did actually do enough bunny quests. Good. I did do that before I started stream. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need to do that. I need to grab some food. I need to grab my energy drink, and then we'll be back for a couple of things. Because I also don't know how much Island Sanctuary we're gonna do today. Because we'll get a rank up, and it depends on what that rank up gives us. So I will be back. Yeah. I have returned. I have a pine line. Can we check on the Watcher before we do Bunny? Watcher might have new dialogue because of everything we've done. That is true. We can indeed do that. I have a pine lime energy drink. Delicious as hell. I've also decided I'm gonna have a snack. But I want you to guess what my snack is. Parma ham energy drink. So I have chocolate covered. I have chocolate covered. What do you think these chocolates are covering? Being a big ball like this. Being a big chunky ball like that. What could be inside of these chocolates? I got a bunch of chocolate things from work. I do training at work, like, because I sell, like, all gambling lotteries and stuff like that. Sometimes the head office will send people to our shop to do training for people who are going into a new store. And so they gave us a box of, like, decently high-end snack stuff as, like, a thank you. You know, it's Christmas time. Places do that. Shopping center I work in gives us, like, a box of, like, fancy chocolates. It's just what you do here if you're a business. And my coworkers basically said, you do all the training, so you have it all. And I'm just like, can someone take the caramel latte shortcake biscuit that I'm not gonna eat? Is it a nut or a legume? No. No. It's popcorn. It might be hard to tell looking at that, but it's popcorn. I've seen flavored popcorn before. I've seen flavored popcorn where it's like a sauce or something that they run around on it and it like sticks to it. I've never seen popcorn have like a thick ass layer of chocolate caramel surrounding it. Like, it's nice. Like, it's nice. Because, you know, salt and chocolate go together. Caramel and salt go together. And it has, like, a little chunky bit in there. And, like, texture-wise, it's nice. There's Warlight in the last Ormond chest. I've never seen this ever. Did they add it with tactics? Did they add it when they added the tactics, mug shop items? Because they added tactics stuff to the mug shop for, like, Ramza and characters. I wouldn't be surprised if they added it alongside that. It's probably a new edition because of tactics, if I had to guess. CBU 3 did work on the tactics remake. CBU 3 did work on it. I imagine that's why it's got the outfits and probably why they're just like, fuck it! Evilus is in this game, let's add some stuff to the Evilus. Raids. Oh, you after the gay rings. Oh. I don't think I have them either. I don't think I have them either. I wish evilist stuff was dyeable. Like, maybe not necessarily this top, just like I like this top. The only reason I don't like it is because it's got the big bulky like pant things here. Those are a bit weird. But I would love to use these pants. It's just they're a shade of black that doesn't match any other dyes. I like these pants and I want to use them for a glam. But because they're undyeable, like, just the shade of black and the shade of brown that, like, the detailing is, it doesn't match the color of, like, anything else that I'd use. There's so much stuff in the game that, like, I would use if it was dyeable. Again, I don't know how we're justifying dungeon and raid gear no longer being dyeable, like, still not being dyeable. Like, when they add new stuff. I don't get it. Because everything normal raid's dyeable, because Savage stuff gets it. But the fact that any, like, normal dungeons or Alliance raid stuff isn't dyeable is ridiculous to me. Again, it's one of those things where we mentioned it not that long ago on one of the streams. Just the comparison of how much effort does it take to make something dyeable compared to how many more people will now use that piece of gear because it's dyeable. Again, like the amount of effort it would take to make a brand new bit of gear, there's got to be a lot compared to brand new bit of gear and how many people will use it. How much extra effort it takes to make it dyeable compared to how many extra people will now use it. It has to be a balance. Because, like, you look around when people care about their glams, most of the shit they're wearing is dyed, or at least a lot of it is. So it's just one of those things where surely the trade-off is worth making more stuff more dyeable, for just how many more people will actually use it. Again, a recent example I point to is UA Iwata dungeon gear. I don't even know what that dungeon is. Probably UA Iwata. But, like, that stuff is so fucking good, and the colors are so specific. I'm like, Glam Unlock is at least great for that, because it means I can actually use the red one, which is for healing, on my caster. But, like, I'd want to use the fending top for it on my dancer. But it's blue. So I'm not using it. I have noticed, UA Iwata specifically, there is, decently popular mods that are just dyeable UA Iwata gear. I have noticed that there are mods that where that is just the entire mod. Dyeable UA Iwata gear, because people really want it to be dyeable. It's just like, out of all stuff that's not dyeable, it's a recent example of, like, not just me, but a lot of people I'm seeing just being like, if it was dyeable, I'd use it. Hey, Watcher. Manifest, do come in. Sit for a while and tell me more of your time in Elpis. Shall I send for some tea? Since their visit to Atheris, the operative tasked to take into brewing the beverage to serve along with afternoon treats. I have no need of sustenance, of course, but I do recall Vinar providing such things as we engage in lengthy discourse. Continuing the custom seems appropriate somehow. Aww. How often does the Watcher change dialogue? Because I feel like the Watcher's gotta change dialogue, like, so frequently. You know, a lot of characters in this game change their dialogue all the time. But I feel like the Watcher's gotta change it a lot. Again, I understand why they do it. It makes the world feel more reactive. It's like, Again, one of those things where, like, how much effort it takes to do something compared to how much payoff it has. I feel like just changing characters' dialogue is something that's a very easy thing to do. Just, all you have to do is just write some new lines. And it makes the world feel more reactive by having people actually respond to all different things that are happening. Get little, moments in between patches where people are just like, what do I do in a patch? Oh, let me go around and talk to people and see if there's something new to do. So the fact that there is as much like new done, because I've definitely missed a shitload of it. Thing is, I'll probably catch more of it once I'm current, because obviously at this stage it's just like I'm progressing through either side content or MSQs things decently, like on like every couple of weeks. I'm not in a situation where it's like, oh, I'm not going to advance MSQ for the 4 months it's going to take for the next patch to come out. So I don't have the, I don't go around talking to people that much. I do like. For some characters, when I pass them by, I would chat to them if I'm just walking by, but... There's probably still a lot of dialogue that I miss. So excited because we're hopefully going to get this music today, finally. Kind of how it was for me between the end of Endwalker and Side of Dawn Trail, yeah. Where it's just like, passing by in mid-season waiting, yeah. And just while you're just hanging out, just being like, I wonder what these people are saying today. And just seeing what this shit they got. Dreams come true. Dreaming Waste pockets rustle as he moves. Manifest! I have a task to get my support for you. After our inaugural broadcast, many of the Dreaming Workshop's Loprits were inspired to share their own histories and aspirations via the radio. And it seems people of Theris have been listening. We're seeing the number of letters you see, addressed to all in sundry ways. I haven't had a stop smiling since I read mine. I'm painfully delighted. Yet I would doubtless be more, so had my letter been delivered by a person of Theris in the flesh. What do you say? These letters are for Queening Way, Inventing Way, Cooking Way, and the Leper many names. Some of them Counseling Way, and others, though it's by the microphone way. In any case, I cannot wait to hear how they all react. Aww. I'm certain the Shrek's jubilation will carry to fill me in on the particulars, yes. Aww, adorable! Adorable can, like, follow up. Not here to spend your currents, eh? A pity. I do work so tirelessly to price our merchandise fairly. From a Theris with love. What is this? A letter from Charlie, an economist. Oh heavens, it's happening. It's finally happening. Having heard the fascinating tale of your success in establishing a new currency and independent market, my colleagues and I would like to formally invite you to submit to our rousing quarterly report. Such a heartwarming letter I've never received. I must pen a reply post haste, not to mention my submission. Thanks, Manifest. Without your earnest cooperation, the carrot's time to shine may never come. Trust me when I say that my gratitude is beyond measure. So on one hand, I think Master is extremely cunty. On the other hand, I want to see Averil's face in cutscenes. Yeah, this is why like the most I have for Manifest is like a hat or an eye patch. I can never hide her face more than that because I need to see her facial reactions. Shout out to the cutscenes where they remove the character's hats for the emotions to happen more so anyways. I do not remember seeing this one. I do not remember seeing this one. Do these rotate and change? Because I don't remember this one. Shout out to Giant Oz helmets. Hail, Manifest. Have you seen a loose screw anywhere? No matter. I can carry on regardless. Doubt not that this next machine will astonish even your adventurer's eyes. A letter from Theris. Curious. Also, my other person who teleporter said pass safety inspection. Let me see. Bugger me, these letters are tiny. Why, the writer is Garlean. Restoration, recovered scrap, minimal explosions. I see. This information I can surely design a machine or two to assist in Garlemald's reconstruction. How fortunate that they heard my broadcast. So I'm out of time before my inventions are beloved far and wide. First Garlemald, then Theris, then the universe! Cooking way! Again, I stand by every expansion has required side content, where the expansion feels incomplete without it. Omega raids for Stormblood, Eden raids for Shadowbringers, Rogue Quest for Shadowbringers. I stand by. Out of all of the options that you have in Endwalker, I stand by. It's the Society quests. I stand by that. This is out of all side content in Endwalker, this is the most required reading. Can I interest you in a turn at the whisk? We've been overwhelmed with orders of late, but you see behind me is the last way standing. Nevertheless, I'm glad that everyone appreciates our Theros-inspired cuisine. Must confess, I worry that my inclinations still tend too heavily towards carrots. I can hardly ask this lot for other ideas. Fresh inspiration, you say? Certainly hope so. A letter from Master Dick on himself! What a happy surprise. And he's included a recipe of his own devising. Precisely what I need to break free from my carrot-based confines. Let me know if this inspires any dishes up there, he says. I certainly will. And I hope that you will sample whatever we cook up next. Dick on what? Dick on Hancock. Ah, well met. Can I help you with anything this afternoon? For me, from persons of Atheros. Oh, I didn't say something to offend them. What if we shit them together exclusive because of their penis names? Well, that means we also have to include Simcock. The first is from a Gallian refugee. I miss my homeland dearly, but your voice reminded me that even here, I'm not alone. Thank you for lifting my spirits. And this one appears to have written by a child's paw. Dear Radio Loppet, how do you learn to talk like people? You're very good. I want to be a radio when I grow up too. Love me. They really are listening. I once believed I'd never again look forward to tomorrow. But dreaming ways hope's infectious, isn't it? I owe him, and you, more than I can say. I'd like to share something with you, if you don't mind. I've been pondering a new name for myself. My dream may have not changed all that much, but I am a different way than I once was. I was alone for quite some time, you understand. Long enough to make me appreciate the value of a kind word. Now that I've returned to the Fluffle, I find myself wanting to speak with your people and my fellow Lopperites as much as I can. So after some discussion, talking words, that's it, Yay! I have chosen to become Talking Wave! I shall be a friendly voice to the people of Atheros, and to those closer to home. The name thing! Talking about how our names, like, represent our connections to other people that Orionje was saying to them. Let's go! By which I mean, well, I hope you'll consider me a friend too. I wouldn't have it any other way. Get it? Because they're Lopperites. Thank you, Manifest, for your kindness and for listening. Living way? Yeah. Yay! We got the living way note of approval! I'll explore guys exclusively to Garlemald because I don't know if other nations have radios. Sharlayan. Sharlayan at a bare minimum. With this delivery to your new friend Talking Way, all the letters have been safely seen into the right paws. Dreamway will surely be delighted to know of the joy in which they were received. Talking away. Are you here for a chat? Tell me what's on your mind. I'm so excited to see how these three fucking things somehow combined for the allied one. I'm so excited to see how the fuck these three things combine together. Hippo Uber Eats, recreations of dead societies at the edge of existence, and raving rabbits. Manifest! Were they excited? Delighted? Talking Way has a new name. Oh, so his name's not Talking Way. That's even better than I dreamed. People of Atheros have been ever so kind. Including those who have yet to listen to our broadcast. I don't know what letters Managing Way receives. Word of our station has spread far and wide. And many of your fellows are keen to get their paws on radios of their own. It's a little success, I'm afraid. But we're here to help. Managing Way has gathered his disciples and they are producing radios as we speak. We shall see them delivered to Atheros with all speed. Can you imagine the whole star listening to us? The Loperates are going to bring about the start of like the technological media revolution to Atheros by introducing everyone to radios. To be honest, I was uncertain we would ever make it this far. To find new dreams for each and every Loperate seemed a monumental task. Talking Way. Yeah, look at them now. They've come so far, and who knows what they'll dream up next. Of course, as for me, I'm making a start composing again. Get ready to hop along to my next hit. They're all gathering around. Are we gonna get another big expensive cutscene? None of our dreams would have been possible without you, Manifest. On behalf of all of us, thank you ever so much. And remember, should you want for a friendly ear or a well-eared friend, we are always here for you. Yay! Yay! Look at him go! Yeah, look at him one break down! Breaking it down. Yeah! Yeah! Ooh! Ear wiggle! Ew, I don't have ears! Thanks, Manifesting Way. Maybe don't call me that. I have an ear wiggle! I have ear wiggle! Hello, Averell! You are breasting very boobily right there. You wanna watch me wiggle my ears? Look, I have ears too. Watch, I can somehow ear wiggle. Why? Why don't you wiggle the actual ears you have? This is infuriating. Why? You already have it. Why not wiggle the actual ears? What the hell? Wiggle the actual ears. It is crazy they have Yashola do that bubble spell multiple times and they gave it to Astrologian instead of White Mage. What'd you do if you got a knock on your door, open up, and there was just a rabbit with a radio for you? I would accept for the radio and thank the rabbit for the radio. I want to do this video, which will kill the radio star. Yay! I think the area is definitely counted as a hat, which is why we haven't gotten hats for the longest. Hi there. Hello. Oh, let me, I can wheel these. Hi. Oh, you want to dance? Oh, we're dancing? Oh, we're dancing. Oh, I agree. I agree. Let's dance. I agree. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is! Yeah! This is how we communicate in Final Fantasy XIV these days. This is how we communicate. Shout out to wearing the full, like, Gunbreaker jump gear. Even got the Hyperion weapon there. I also do see we have a triple triad. I do see we have another triple triad. Let me bring open my guide. So I can actually do some triple triad marking off on my list. If anything wants to... What? Google Chrome, please. There we go. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's just all the society stuff that we're showing off. Hell yeah. Ba-ba. The hell yeah! Yeah, tank. I agree, I agree. I agree with the tank. Actually, no, that one I can show off. That one I can really show off. That one I can really show off because I have the gold one. I have the gold one for this, so it's showing off very silly. Throw paintballs at everyone. So, Vladimir here's gotten us very distracted. You know what's funny? I think about how much gil I spent on this mount. Look at money bags over here. Like, I spent 25 mil on this mount. I'm currently sitting on 35. I'm currently sitting on 35 million. I have 10 million more than what this mount cost me. Just sitting on me right now. Yeah. Anyways, hello there, shop. Hello there, Coining Way. Finding Way Battle 1. Dreamwalker! Dreamwalker, let's go! So Rainbow Hopping, yeah, we saw that one. Finding Way, we already got. Dreamwalker, Moonhopper. You can get Loperids in your house! You can have Loperids in your house! Yo! Yo! House Loperids! Yo! Hell yeah! I guess you were able to do this with Namazus as well, from memory. Yo! That's awesome! And yeah, they saved Dreamwalker for the very end. Literally a house bunny. And also the Framer kit. Oh, Jesus. Hello. So like liking about a house NPC options. Loperids are good. I'll take the Loperids. I gotta add some of these things. Didn't I get another Framer kit today? Oh yeah, it's over here. And I got some cards. Oh, we need to stop by the Gold Sorcerer at some point, too. We also need to stop by the Gold Sorcerer at some point. I keep not adding Framer kits on stream because I gotta add them on to collect. I can just, like, type them on here and add them so I remember. By just literally doing it now. Because I have not, like, gone through, even on my own time. I have not gone through and actually checked out a lot of the Framer kits that I've gotten for a very long time. How do you spell Lopro? I don't know how to spell Lopro. I was gonna write Lopro. Where's the Lopro Framers kit? Why is it not showing up? 14 Colettes doesn't have the Lopro Famous kit. Oh, framing way? No! Wait. It's straight up not on here. Oh, Dreaming Ways. Okay. They have it under the category of Dreaming Ways. Lopro Framing Way kit. They call it something different. Yeah, I every time I pop a collectible, I gotta make sure I add it on to 14 collect, so I can actually keep track of what I have and what I did need to get. And I will forget my numbers. So let's go. Dreamwalker. Dreamwalker. And then you'll lose you. But this is what we're here for, actual Triple Triad. So we have another Triple Triad NPC to fight. Oh, is there gonna be Triple Triad NPCs for Is there Triple Triad NPCs for Myths of the Realm? I assume there would be. I assume there would be. Might be standing next to one waiting. Gaming Way! Gaming Way! You're familiar with Triple Triad, yes? What am I saying? Of course you are! Everyone on Theros knows about it, or so I'm told. A friend of mine who went there taught me how to play, and now my dream is to be in a tournament one day. So would you like to play around with me? Hell yeah. Same, plus, and swap. Awesome, lovely rules. I fucking love that for me. Great rules. No, this is bad again. Unable to breathing way. It's my name right now. It's on my Titania card. Gold Saucer Attendant. Checks out. Hilda! Damn it, Orion J. How dare you. If I place this here, though, you getting Hilda back is unlikely. Yo, and then I can do this here. Let's get the Lopper it. There, Dreaming Way! I did it. I beat you. I beat you. So there we go. Oh dear. Same as you, fair and square. Still, this is a wonderful learning experience. Suppose I can practice more and truly play with the professionals. I did it. Let's go. Okay. We're going to quickly go by the gold saucer, and I'm going to show you why. I've already gotten a couple of these, but I imagine there'll be more added today. The gold saucer has been adding cards for quite a few things as I've been going through the story. So it seems when they can't put it into an NPC or other, like, thing, they shove a lot of cards here. So if I go through this, you can actually see, like, Super Lugai is here. Super Lugai from Hildebrands. I mean, other Hildebrand cards are also here, so that, like, does make sense. But Super Lugai here, Lucas is here. Luna Ifrit, Valens is here, Fenris. Thal, Viaga, Halone. And now I get Oshon here. So Oshon is now here. Scarmalione, Elidibus, N Singer. N Singer is here. Because you don't get the N Singer card from the actual N Singer trial. The N Singer trial gives you the Meteon card. So, yeah. Every now and then, when you do story and side content, just come here and just see if there's any cards that are just available. Like, oh, by the way, here's Oshon. There's Oshon, by the way. Every patch has new Triple Triad cards, new things about MPGP, and it's always just a new card. It's a new card. Eulalia! And I got the Oshon! So I go back to my cards, I can add Oshon to the list. My card collection is getting decently good. I'm very happy with my card collection at this stage. Just, it was for a long time something that I was really falling behind on. And now that I've actually focused on NPCs, I'm not doing great on Endwalker. Primarily because I haven't been doing like anywhere near as many roulettes and stuff since being an Endwalker. Because by the time I got to Endwalker, I maxed out every level. So I haven't had a chance to run a lot of Endwalker duties repeatedly. So I am definitely behind on cards for Endwalker. But like, look at how much shit I got. Again, I'm like 6 or 7 cards away from like getting the actual big mount. But even past that, it's like, look. You can see I'm starting to fill up my Endwalker pages. A lot of it is just, again, it's mainly just either I gotta work on stuff like this, which this will be like bicolor gems, or it's like duties and stuff. Eulasia, Ashan. Hold on, look, this card's like all 12. All 12, I imagine, are gonna get cards at some point. Oh, there's Andon. There we go. So, old Gridania, old Charlian. Oh, do they both have one? Well, let me go to, let's go to Gridania then, because I'm, close to that. So let's go to Gridania. We can go to Gritty Anya. Conjurer's Guild. These are our last 2, actually. I'm now looking at the list and realizing these are the last... I mean, it makes sense considering where we are. But, it seems like these are the last 2 NPCs for Triple Triad in Endwalker in general. Nice. Yolaya! Hello. We're waiting good while now to hear the elementals. What will they favor me with a sign, I wonder? Okay, everyone, Triple Triad. Someone tells me I'll be waiting around to hear the elementals for quite some time. Because anyone uses cards related to the second alliance rate, so by second alliance rate, it should go probably with 6.3, but it was 6.5 because reasons. Okay. This one was just actually like Nofika and her Nofikas! Let's go! Let's go! I'm playing very poorly, don't worry about it. Ah, say never mind. I'm completely justified in my playstyle. There we go. Are you just using TD cards? I think she's just using TD cards. Not that I blame her. Yay! And I got a card from you. Oh, she has 3 cards. Oh, you have 3 cards. I got Nofika! Matron's teats you're skilled at. Oh dear. I mustn't speak her name in vain when I'm a fool's away from her altar. I pray the elementals find whoever to that. Nofika's tits, you're great at this. Nofika! Nofika! I got Nofika and her Nofikas. Let's go. Where is she? There she is. A lot of cards I'm missing that aren't related to big content is just Endwalker and Dawntrail Raids Trials because I don't get run much and I have to like manually queue grind them for someday. Yeah, it's kind of my thing with Endwalker. That's why I don't have many Endwalker cards. Because I've just not had like reasons to run the Raids, Trials, and Dungeons much. And even if I was to like do a lot more roulettes, I likely would get less Endwalker than I would just like more Realm Reborn stuff. Oh, they actually give you lore for the 12. It's not quotes for them, it's actual lore. One day we'll have once I get every triple triad card. Once I get every triple triad card, we'll have a lore day where I read every triple triad card. Ow. Cue that I need another drink. Alright, on the journey to Charlian. Say the line, Xenos. I journeyed to Charlian. Struck a bargain with the woman that shares your gift. Can I see you marked on the map? Yes, I can. You're down by the Thaliak statue. That makes sense. There we go. One of the big things of this game, just because we're... she's still here, and now she's crafting. Hell yeah. One of the big things of this game, especially just starting at such a late point in the game's life. Well, to be fair, I don't know if it's late in the game's life. Depends on how long the game goes for. But with so much have already happened, it's very much a case of there's so much to catch up on in this game, and there's so many things to, like, do all of the stuff for all the expansions. But it's very much, once I'm caught up on a lot of the stuff, I really do appreciate just, like, staying caught up on that, and it's very simple to do that, and Triple Triad is an example of that. It takes so much effort to get, like, a really big chunk of progress done for a lot of Triple Triad, but we're now at a point where it's just like, we just do the NPCs as we unlock content, and I just consistently am on top of that. And then, like, between streams, I will just grind out the 1 or 2 NPCs that we unlocked that day, and just get the card, and then I'm on top of it. I stay on top of it. It's the mindset I'm trying to put myself into for leave quests. Once I'm caught up on leave quests, it's going to be so easy to stay caught up on leave quests. Because they only add new ones per expansion, and they only add like 10 or 15 per job. It's just getting caught up is a nightmare. And every one of those things that happens, every one of those you've got all of this to do to get caught up, and staying caught up is easy once you're there, but getting caught up in the first place is such a nightmare. Every single one of those also comes with the hurdle of, and the Arom Reborn section is so huge. Like, even something like Blue Mage, right? Oh, I want to get into Blue Mage. I want to learn all the spells for Blue Mage. Oh, they added Blue Mage stuff for this expansion. It's 4 spells. It's easy to get. But when you first unlock Blue Mage, it's, okay, I gotta get 50 levels worth, and I have to get the first, like, 80 to 90 skills from Arom Reborn content. It's, like, even stuff that wasn't added during Arom Reborn. Because if it's added during Arom Reborn, it's just, you know, it's huge. It's meant to be a base game, so it's, like, kind of big. But even stuff that they add later in the game, they're just like, and the Arom Reborn chunk's gonna be the same, where it's just so monstrous to get through that specifically compared to everything else. You have heard all manner of curious rumors about, I have heard all manner of curious rumors about you from Snowgame, that you are blessed by the Torthful. I shall determine if my colleague speaks true. The like has given me with a keen sense of strategy, and I dare say a random Triple Triad would allow us to discover if he and his heavenly fellows have done the same for you. 3 open, chaos, and plus. Why don't you just kick me in the balls? It would be faster for everyone involved. But you do have Limb Lane. God damn it, Yotsu! Why do you have Yotsu? Not in a position where I can actually grab Limb Lane. It sucks, but I can grab the 5, like if you take one, the 5 or the 2. Or just stab me in the dick! That too, I guess, asshole. Hate Triple Triad. Fuck Triple Triad. Fuck Plus. Everyone hates Plus. Plus is the worst. Plus can go die in a hole. Okay, you just like the babes. Yotsu, Shiva, Echidna. You just like the babes with fat asses. That's just your gimmick. You're into chicks with huge features. You're friends with Snowgame. This makes sense now. Never mind, I understand. The straight dude and the lesbian who get along really well because they're both into the same kind of women. I am familiar with this experience. Fine, as time goes on, NPCs stop having us to make decks so they just have meta stuff. Well, maybe they should not be dicks. But there's always time for the all babes deck. The all babes deck will always exist in every expansion. Consider me impressed. Do I remove Surge as a bold revelation to your reasoning? Now I have seen to your supernatural skills for myself. I am inclined to believe Snowgame's tales. We did it! That is every Endwalker NPC. Let's go! Let's go! No, I'm looking at achievements. That's every Endwalker NPC. Let go! Fucking Energold Saucer! Actually, it won't show me anything because the NPC stuff is for future expansions. Right. All of these ones here that are like defeating a certain number of NPCs. This happens at the end of base expansions. They add these at the end of base expansions to be like, get this many NPCs defeated. That's why this one is Vitra, because it's all Endwalker NPCs. Up to like Ender 6.0. I don't know when they add these ones. I don't know exactly when they add these ones. I believe 0.3, typically. But I don't know exactly when they add the unique card ones. The unique card ones is the scary one if you want to be like completely caught up on that. Because I believe when they add these, it is actually every single card, including all the unique variations of the EX cards, including like the tournament winning specific ones. So if you want to get these achievements like the moment they come out, you need literally everything, I believe, including the the rarest ones. We did it! We did it! Anything else in particular that's a thing we should have a look at and or check out before we go to Island Sanctuary? Because Island Sanctuary will just be the last thing we do today. Oh, I want to check out frame codes. I did mention that. That's why I added them. No, not that one. Portraits. There we go. Look out! Like, there's so much shit here. There's so many things here. Zoom, yeah, zoom this so we can like see everything a bit better. All the seasonal stuff for fucking conflict. The bunny kit. All of these ones you've been getting lately from the PvP season, the battle pass, for all the different areas they add. Hey! Seal Deer and Mount Rockon. I'm so scared of trying to get stuff from Criterion from this. Because like they want you to do a lot of Criterion to get all the rewards from it. I'm scared of that in the future. Oh. Oh, they added these at some point. Oh. Oh. Yeah, looking at these are like the completing the, oh dear god. These are the completing the deep dungeon ones. I didn't notice these existed. These must be a new addition. They do that, they've been doing that a lot just because they've got so many expansions to catch up on because the Framework gets only introduced in Endwalker. So there's a lot of stuff where they're going back. It was like they were doing that for Society Quest at one point as well. Where it's like, oh, we're gonna go back to every bit of old content and just like decide which ones get things. I mean, fucking Mahjong and fishing get them, like, for fuck's sakes. Oh, there's the island stuff. I should probably buy one of these. I should probably buy one of these for my actual Island Sanctuary glam. I don't have any of these Rainbow Kits yet. A few patches ago, I think, gotta finish all the deep dungeons someday. There's so many things to do. There's so many things to do in this game. Again, there's also a number of things that it's just once I'm caught up, I can focus like these big streams to just be like, hey, we're focusing on doing high-end content today if there's enough people to do it. Yo! Okay, Dreaming Ways is cool. Just the actual big dance floor there. Last Dregs, and it looks like the Omicron stuff, yeah. Hippos is like their flag, yeah. So there's all the different society ones here. A lot of good ones here. End of an era. The meme one. And then just, yeah, all the basic job ones. There's also these ones which are like city-based ones. These ones are when you get the shared fate to unlock it in the city. So finishing all shared fates, you unlock the stuff, like the bicolor gems in Yulmore and Crystarium. That was these ones. And I gotta work on that for these ones. I'm close to finishing Shared Fate. I would like to finish Endwalker's Shared Fate in time to finish it for the final episode of Endwalker, but I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. That more so depends on whether I can, like, maintain being awake enough each day to do enough fates each day to do that. But, because they didn't have shared fates for every expansion, earlier ones, they kind of had to, like, give different ways of unlocking it. So it's like, oh, you can just buy them. Like, you get them for doing, like, certain achievements here, or anything like that. And then these ones are just, like, these are framer kits that you buy from Chloe. So yeah, there's a lot of specific ones there. There's also a number, like if you go through here, it'll tell you like, okay, Dawn Trail Special Quest, I know what that is. Actually, no, I don't know. I know what it is looking at it. This is Monster Hunter. Looking at it and it been next to Yokai Watch and Fall Guys, this is Monster Hunter. But getting every framer kit's the type of shit that's not gonna happen. Because they give framer kits for ultimate raids. So getting every framer kit's not gonna happen. Because they give them out for fucking ultimate raids. All different side quests. I assume this is more variant dungeon stuff. Different side quests here. That might be a deep dungeon based on this location. Endwalker side quest progression. More island, I guess. Allied Society stuff is here. Yeah. But there's also frames. There's also frames for all of that. So you get frames for everything. You do get to see the ones that, like, if it shows you like this and it's not question mark that, you do at least get to look at it to know if you want to grind for it. Oh, they won't show you the ultimate ones until you do that shit. But like you can see like what the Steel Deer and Rock-On ones look like. All the fishing ones. And the island ones. Castaway Checkerboard, let's go! 12 for blessings. Oh, it looks like Impilos. It looks like Impilos. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, there's not frames for everything. Not everything gets frames. Main scenario progression. I don't even know what that is then. Yeah, not everything gets frames and accents, I believe. Because a lot of this does, if you do get, you do get to see the ultimates if you unlock them. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Because there's also some of the framing kits will affect adventurer plate stuff. Because obviously all of that is just portraits, but obviously on this you've got the entire plate design. So you've got base plate, overlay, like you got all of this. And these will also have unique ones for different things. So like if we go to this, there is also just like, oh, for each of the deep dungeons and each of that stuff. But I don't worry about changing my adventurer plate, because look at it, why would I need to? Why would I need to change this? Why would I need to change that? Are we hitting up an island of a sanctuary? I'm saying yes. I know there's some like weapons to check out, but like you know what my response is to. Oh, they look cool. They go a bit too much for me though. I am the vacation dad. I am vacation dad. You can't stop me. You can't stop me from being vacation dad. There we go. Did I say record the baby Oppo because I brought it here? Some of my minions are being pulled away from here because I bring them to the island. I bring the minion with me so it gets pulled away. So yeah, I think we should be able to level up today. I'm not certain, but I'm hoping we can hit level 18 today. This was not intentional, by the way. I did not, it's not like some of the earlier weeks where I intentionally left it so close to leveling up so I could save it for stream. It's just between me being exhausted and dying and also going to a lot of concerts this week, I have missed doing my pasture and farm most of this week. I have not been able to do, I've had moments this week where I think I've not logged into 14 for like 3 or 4 days straight. Because I've just been too busy when I'm not at work. So me not being rank 18 right now is not me saving for stream, it's me being behind on work. But speaking of work, of the shop variety. The owner returns. We're pleased to know the team has finished production items you requested. Take liberty of shipping them as well. Here are the earnings. Da-da-da! Let's go! Let's go! How much did I get this season? I got 14,000. I'm breaking records again. I am breaking records again for my season. Let's go. I am breaking records. So I'm not min-maxing what I'm currently sending out and making. I'm not like min-maxing it, but here's what I have done so far. What I have done so far, I have learned a couple of things about how the workshop actually functions. One, try to make a lot of stuff that uses the rare items from the granary. Stuff that uses materials that you get from gardening. And stuff that uses animal leavings from the pasture. Because all of those are much more limited, any stuff that uses those, its value is worth more. So, make what I can of those. Try to make a variety of them so it doesn't ask for a lot of one thing. And just try to make a lot of different things that only uses, like, a couple each week. But the other thing that I learned is how Groove works. Because I was curious what Groove even was. Because as we add more landmarks, it increases your, like, maximum Groove. Like, if I ever look at the... Like, if I review the shop, it'll say Groove in the corner of... That's what the Groove is. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what Groove is. Groove is basically, for every Groove point you have, everything that's made at that Groove level gets an extra, like, I think 1% value per Groove that you have. And you increase your Groove for each efficient bonus you get. So from what I understand, if you start the week with a bunch of fast things to make, you rank up the Groove faster. So I have my first 2 days being a bunch of stuff that takes 4 hours to make, the shortest amount of time. I missed these parsnips. I know I missed that, so I was like slightly behind on getting efficiencies here. So I was slightly behind because I forgot to do farming. That's because I forgot to water it one day, I think, so I couldn't actually get it the day that I wanted it, like before this was like needed. But yeah, from my understanding, that's how this will work. If you have efficiencies go quicker at the start, you'll hit maximum Groove earlier. So now that like it takes 2 days, like each of these days should give me 20 Groove. Because each like workshop has 5 efficient crafts across 4 shops. I'll get like, by the end of this day, I should have 40 out of my 45 Groove. And then the rest will just happen naturally. So then, for the next couple of days, it's just the bigger crafts. And generally, the higher crafts are worth, like, more value per hour put into it. So it's like, even the really good stuff that's, that takes 4 hours, stuff that's like, oh, this is paprika, requires making paprika in the farm, so it's worth a bit more. Or something like the boiled eggs, or requires getting eggs from the animals, and stuff like that. Like, this will be like, oh, it takes 4 hours, and the amount of, like, calories it gives you per hour works out to be something like, let's say, 13 or so. Whereas the bigger things here, like the silver ear cuffs or anything like that, this takes 8 hours, but each one of those hours is the equivalent of, like, 20 calories of value. So, I've not, like, looked up guides on how to do this, in terms of, like, how to min-max it. I've just looked up guides that, like, explain this is what causes this to happen. Like, how do you, like, what gives you Groove and what does Groove affect? So this is kind of just my plan now. I'm just gonna have my workshop repeat this each week. First 2 days it is based on doing a lot of efficient stuff to get a faster Groove bonus. Because also these things are still worth a decent amount because it's all like made from rare materials. And then the next 3 days is just make basically all of the best stuff that I can. Oh, see, I missed another one here. I didn't even realize I missed that one. I just actually fucked that up. Did I fuck it up multiple times? I fucked it up multiple times. Whoopsies, my bad. So I've fucked up this week. I have things this week where I'm not even getting efficient. Like, I am missing entire crafts and then missing the efficiency bonus on the big thing afterwards. Efficiency bonus doubles what you get from it. Efficiency bonus doubles what reward you get from that. I think the idea is they make it twice if it's efficient. So you get basically double the reward. So I've fucked up quite a few things along here, and this is still my best week yet. So, this is like, my highest record for a season is 14,911, and that's already what I've gotten this week, and it's not even including the final day of this week, which is over here. So, yeah. I think if you want the achievements that are for, like, get them a certain amount in a week, I think that's when you need to start paying attention to the popularity chart. Like this thing. I think if you want the big achievement to get, like, the most amount in a week, that's when you need to pay attention to this. And I have not looked at this and how any of this works at all. Fuck, I'm not doing that. This is too much. I can go into this and be like, okay, sort by time 4 hours. Value 36. Value 57. Value 67. And be like, okay, let's make the higher value stuff first. I can do that. Oh, 8 hours? This one's like 83, but this one's 176. I'm willing to put in that level of effort. On my own, I am not looking at this. Fuck this? No. I looked at all those charts and stuff and said nope and went to the Discord. Yeah. I don't want to do that until I, like, finish the Island Sanctuary. Again, I'm having fun with Island Sanctuary, doing things on my own and experiencing things on my own and learning how it works on my own. I'm appreciating the experience of Island Sanctuary by doing it on my own without looking up ways to min-max or optimize it or anything like that. That's how I'm enjoying Island Sanctuary. Once I max out the rank for it, once we're, like, done with the story and we're done with all the upgrades and we're done all of that, once I'm at the point where the only thing left to do from this is get the achievements and buy everything from the shop in here, once I'm at that point, then I'll look up guides. But while I'm just working through it, at this point, I am more than happy to just be like, I'm just gonna work it out my own. I sold some stuff. What happened when I hit 18? I'm over 100,000 carries. I can probably start buying some of the stuff there. I can renovate granaries. And I can purchase new seeds from the produce producer. Okay. Okay. So new seeds and renovate granaries. And do we offer anything new in here at our exchange? Alligator and Buffalo were here before, I believe. None of you look new. Don't know if the hairstyles are new. These are the framer kits. 18 isn't much as granary in the last 4 seeds. Oh, it's all the seeds. Nice. Oh. I assume no new clothes. Yeah, it does all the resort stuff. I mean, we should be able to still hit 19 next week. We should still be able to hit 19 next week. Workshop alone is going to give me, like, how much did it give me without, while I missed a couple of them? 32,000. So you add another 32,400 onto what I've currently got. That alone puts me at 64,000, like, when we do next week's stream. So that's only another 6,000 experience to actually hit. That... The animals give you 1,000 experience a day. You get leavings from every animal every day, assuming you feed them. And every time you get leavings from an animal, it gives you 50. You have 20 animals. So that's 1,000 each day just from the animals. And then, like, it's another, like, 1,500 or something, or whatever the math is, from the farm every day and like every 2 days or 3 days because it works on a 48-hour time. Sometimes you don't really get into that time. So yeah, we can definitely hit 19 next week. The jump from 19 to 20 is going to be the question though. The jump from 19 to 20 is going to be the big question, just in terms of how much does that actually require. Because it could be equivalent, and it'll, like, be totally fine. It could be fucked. Though also, upgrading this stuff's going to also give us things. Still no rings? Damn. Upgrading these things will also give us some experience. We're not gonna get any of the big chunks of experience at this point. From, like, making new tools. Like, last week we made, I think, 3 new tools. And each one of those gave us 10k experience. We had the opening up the cave, and that gave us, like, another decent chunk of experience. So we don't get any of the free ones like that. But renovating these does usually give you, like, 2 or 3k or something like that. Like, it's an extra couple animals worth. Fun thing, there's 20 seeds and 20 plots, so once you have a decent stockpile, you can just have 1 of each going and be fine. But that sounds like such a pain in the ass to, like, manually change the seed between every bed that you go to. It sounds like such a pain in the ass. It's crazy how much smoother raids go when I heal. I wonder what the correlation is. Fuck. Chat, who's ready to go get some crystal formations? Specifically, who's ready to go get 25 island crystal formations? There's only 2 granaries, right? I should probably, in preparation for next week, in case next week, because because the cabin can go up to 5, and now the granaries are going to 5. I assume the workshops will also go to rank 5. Because we're going to be doing a variant dungeon next week, and also we're on a time crunch next week, because I have a concert that day, I should probably grind a lot of materials ahead of time, so I don't have to do any grind on stream to upgrade the workshops next week. Although the crystal formation was in Modona. Where am I even going for this? I forget. Like goblins. How are you today? There we go. To the motherlode! Motherlode! Alrighty. Now remember, we get how many? We get 4 per rotation. I need 25. If there was a hypothetical workshop 5, would you want me to say how much you have to grind? Okay, you can answer this. Is there any individual material per workshop that requires more than 15? Because I'll be honest, I was kind of just thinking of the process of, if there's 4 workshops, they usually have, like, the upgrades be 1 or 2 items require 15, 1 or 2 items require 10, 1 or 2 items require 5. So if it's the same thing again, then if I have 60 of every item in Island Sanctuary, I will guarantee have enough. That's kind of my thought process. That was kind of my thought process. If I have 60 of everything, that's enough for 4 workshops, assuming no workshop requires more than 15 of any individual item. I just have to make sure none of those items that I have, like, oh, I've got exactly 60 of this item, good. And then it turns out that it's going to use some of those items in my workshop for the week. How close are you to 60 of everything? Outside of stuff that's here, probably decently close. Well, okay, not for the rare, voyages, granary voyages. But, like, once I'm done here, I won't have it for Island Crystal Formations, but like other stuff will be there. But like, I'm a little away from Marble and Mithril. I could easily fix that. I could fix the Durium. Because I'm also thinking I will probably need XP. I will probably need, like, the jump from 19 to 20 depends on how much that XP that needs. Because if I hit 19 next week, it only gives me 1 week to hit 20 if I want to finish Island Sanctuary before Dawn Trail. And at this rate, it's going to be like, okay, I get the workshop XP. That's going to be like 30k. That's going to just push me to just starting 19. Which means I only get like... Well, the jump from 18 to 19, I was almost at that level. So 18 to 19 will get 2 weeks of workshop XP towards it. Whereas 19 to 20, I will only get 1 week of workshop XP towards it. There is the XP of the actual... upgrades themselves, but that probably won't be a lot. Though idyllic hideaway, that is a vision, so I could get a decent amount from the vision. That might be the intention, because it says cultivate your hideaway to its very limit, so I assume that is upgrade every building to max. So it might be the idea is that you can to go from 19 to 20, you're meant to finish, like, getting everything to 19. Like, you get to 19, you start upgrading your workshops immediately. And then once you're at that point, the vision will kick in, and then it'll give you an extra boost towards 20. Because I think the last visions we were doing gave us, like, 10k each or so. Again, if we don't get it finished before Dawn Trail, that's fine. We'll still have custom deliveries to do with Margaret. Margaret will still have custom deliveries to do once we get to Dawn Trail. So doing Island Sanctuary is not that big of a deal either. I mean, I kind of wrote it off as impossible for a while, so I didn't try to max it out to ensure it would happen. It's just we're now at a point where it is so close to happening that it's like 1 rank up per week and we do it. The Dancing Rothgar is still in Beso Burrows. What an odd place to AFK in. No, I've noticed people AFK in there a couple times. Probably because of the music it plays. Probably because it's a nightclub that plays like a fun remix of the Endwalker theme. I imagine a number of people go there to AFK to just be like, I'm gonna dance there listening to the music while I like vacuum my room or something. I mean, I say everything about, like, oh, finishing Island Sanctuary before Dawn Trail. I'll be finishing, like, the story and the need for a weekly check-in. I'm still going to be in Island Sanctuary for a very long time. Just between the number of achievements there are for doing stuff manually of, like, gathering, farming, animals, granaries. There's all the rare achievements. All the rare achievements. The, manual process achievements to get. And then there's also the achievements for just getting a certain amount of carries in a single week. And then there's also the ones of... What's the other thing? Oh, getting just enough calories in general. There's achievement for like 500,000 calories in total. But then there's also the question of, will 500,000 calories earned in total even be enough to afford all of the unique items that are there? There's a lot of mounts and a lot of minions that are available from that shop. Maybe all of those combined add up to more than the 500,000 achievement that you need anyways. What am I at? $32! Let's go! Literal next thing is this, so I'm just gonna grab this quickly. Yay! We can upgrade narrate. No, terrible. There's a lot to grind out even once you reach max level. I imagine they add a bunch of stuff that's just like, here, this thing costs 500,000 calories. So yeah, I'll be here for a while once we do that, which again, I'm okay with. But just, yeah. If we could finish, like, the leveling and the story before Dawn Trail starts, that would be awesome. But if it doesn't, it's also not that big of a deal. That's right. I couldn't tell what was what. I'm looking around and just being like, I don't know which one is which. Which one's a corridor, which one's a workshop. They all just look like big, giant, fancy buildings now. Yeah, so they've got, like, unique states for the buildings once they're, like, mid-upgrade. Every building has a unique state that exists only mid-upgrade that you can, like, actually walk on and, like, collision detection. Unless this collision detection and everything is the same as the finished product, which it very well might be. Whee! Oh, the seeds. I was about to ask out loud. What was else to do? Seeds! So I have stuff planned right now, so I can't even grab them. But I can buy some more. I can buy the last seeds. I can buy seeds. So I have zucchinis and eggplants growing right now. Let me buy your seeds. Watermelon, sweet potato, broccoli, and buffalo beans. I will buy 30 of each. For no reason. Everything really does say growth period 2 days, and I think literally everything in this is a growth period of 2 days. It's like every single thing that you pick up warns of that, but I don't think there's actually a single thing in the game that has a growth period of more than 2 days. I don't think a single thing takes longer than that. So when they first did it, they had an idea of let's have different things take longer or different amounts of time to grow. And then they abandoned that before they added any of the new stuff, so now it's just permanently there saying, oh, I guess it's this. But yeah, buying seeds, that will help build out our inventory of, like, actually marking out everything. Now every seed is acquired. We just need to grow them. And the same with this. There's going to be more restraints somehow. And then there's all the tools, which we already have. I think we're good. Anything anyone can think of to do today? Shorter episode, but again, that's like gonna be the point. We're splitting between 0.0 and 0.50 and 0.51. A thing we've not been doing in Endwalker. But that's also like how it's gonna be when we're caught up. When we're caught up, there's going to be craft a relic. I completely fucking forgot about that. Holy shit. Yeah, let's go to Crystarium. I completely fucking forgot. I did actually do this. That's why I have so much red in my inventory. I completely fucking forgot, but yes, we do have a thing to do. It's hard to keep track of everything in this game. The Cuba Orbit and Farm aiming rings. I'm happy to do that after the stream ends if you want. I will do that after the stream ends if you desire. But yeah, once we're caught up, this is like... This patch is going to be more indicative of what things are going to be like once we're caught up. Because during all of Endwalker, we've basically combined every XO and X1 patch. So we've combined the raid with whatever, like, big thing they add in point X1. And that's not going to be how it is when we, like, are caught up. Because the point X1 patch is usually a month after the base patch. So once we're caught up, this is likely what it's going to be. There'll be big, like, patch drops. We do the MSQ. The day after that, we do the raid and anything else they added there. Then when X1 comes out, we do a string for that. When point X5 comes out, we do a string for that. And maybe one of those has an extra stream in there if it's something huge like a Bosnia equivalent. Or anything like that. That's probably it's gonna be how it is, like, once we're actually caught up. And then there'll just be the really awkward thing of, for, like, custom deliveries, for society quests, of me just needing to be like, I'm going to film some of this midweek and splice it into the next episode. There will also be that. That's gonna be something that will happen, but also we have experience doing that in Endwalker, because we did that for Lockwords, so... Again, the whole reason that we did Endwalker the way that we did it, in terms of just everything being, like, very strict patch-by-patch order, was to practice what that will be like once we're caught up. And I think it's worked out really well. I think doing this... Oh, by the way, just getting all the materials for my thing. I made a bunch of connoisseurs bookshelves. I've had to alter my macro to actually make these. I now actually need to use manipulation once on top of train die to make all of these. Ah! It's alright, I imagine the final step of this is going to require expert crafts, and then I'm going to want to die. But, yeah. Doing Endwalker patch by patch, which will also do the same for Dawn Trail, it's just a practice to, like, be aware of, like, how will streams go, how do we pace things out once we're caught up. And I think that experiment has worked very well. I very much know what the base plan is for patches in the future for 14, and it's going to be MSQ on major patch, point XO for the raid and anything else added then another for point X1, and then another for point X5. And if there's little things added in between those, we'll probably just save it for the next thing that comes out. Like, I think they've added, like, the end of role quests, like the final, like, the epilogue of role quests hasn't always come out in, like, a point X1 or a point X5 patch. It might be like a point X3 or something like that. But if it's something that small, then we just wait for the next big stream. There's our professional procurer. I can hardly begin to express how grateful I am for all the work you've done. There's something tells me you prefer to rid yourself of all these components before I start singing your praises in earnest. If you can hand over those with your tool. There we go. 90 components and the tool. Truly a one-of-a-kind manifest. Been hard to work with our show preparations as well, so I guarantee you'll be more than satisfied with your new tool once we're finished with it. Aye, while you're out collecting your wares, Mr. Ozoi here was certain of my secret techniques. Picked them up right quick too. She won't steer your tool wrong. You have me word. Let's see here. Yes, everything appears to be in order, which means the time we made our way to the facet of forging. We shouldn't be long, so stay right there and our work will be done before you know it. I gotta, like, go back and do all the Skysteel tools. Like, is you gonna just get all the materials and then just, like, bang them all out with a easy macro. It's free achievement points. It's finally time for the all-important finishing touches. If it's a big and a hope Mistress Mon wants it, it's a big and a hope she'll get. One that'll shine like Master Granite's kettles. One as brilliant as the very stars might have fought so tirelessly to return to us. Oh, she's getting into it now. She's getting into it now. Wicked, why that was exhausting. But I'm proud to say that you'll be wielding my greatest masterpiece yet. That being said, you must take care of it. Nah, she's mastered me fortune techniques. Miss Zoe's works are truly as good as me own. Go on then. Hold it, I'll often take a gander for yourself. The crystal coating now has an orange tinge to it, and we have crystals flying around it. Let's go! For this enhancement, I wish to balance form and function. Master Granite's techniques let me do just that. Only as my newest creation, a feast for the eyes, it also adapts to the whims of its wielder just as well as its predecessors. Yeah, that makes me heart swell with pride, it does. Still, I know me methods better than anyone. And you're all alone don't make a tool shine the way yours does. What was on your mind when you pieced this together? Well, to be honest, my head was in a bit of a jumble, but... I see if I did the most fortuitous time. You've outdone yourself again, once again, Mr. Jose. It's just Moen. What brings you here? When one of your most recent exploits reached Chilmore, it was only a matter of time before my curiosity compelled me to make the journey here. Commissioner Keshi Trial was equally intrigued by the news, so I thought it prudent to receive first-hand reports about, for our dear patron as well. Wait, what was that? Wait, that was it? That's what was on my mind when I was forging the tool. Kettle. So it turns out I found me using them enchanting eyes. The thousands of kettles I forged, capture, captivate, and gleam was what set me out on my Smitty's path. I was thinking of love. I recall the moment Master Granite spoke of kettles in front of us. It was because of those very kettles that I became the artisan I am today. The item which he carved into his every work, his maker's mark. It was because he was inspired by you that I took an interest in the forge, Mistress Moen. Your enduring bond is why we stand here now, blazing a new trail of hope for Norvrant's trades. The two of you, your kettles, and my inspiration. We were all bound together from the very first, whether we knew it or not. And as luck would have it, Manifest came to our aid, providing the push we need to unite our disparate dreams. The connections with Forge now shine through in this very tool. A brilliant maker's mark to represent us all. You have my deepest gratitude, Mrs. Moen. I would never have thought to name these tools for myself, and yet in doing so, feel as though I can reach even greater heights in my craft. Yeah! Spoken like a true master. All I was bring out the potential you've always had in you. But small as my part was, I'm right on to have played it. You did me proud, lass. I reckon you'll keep doing the same. Means the world to me, Master Granite. Thank you so much. Yo! Brilliant Saw! There we go. Increases the quality of 1.7 times higher, and then normal material condition is good. There it is. The extra buffs. Makes it so there's a reason to actually use the relic tools, which is fun. There we go. Resplendent! Brilliant Saw! I got our Brilliant Saw! I got our Brilliant Soul. So you get 3 achievements. Yeah, 1 for each of the patches. 3, 4, and 5. So doing all of this, you get like 30 each for all the tools. That's a lot. What? I don't think Skysteel... How many did you get for Skysteel? You get 2 per tool in Skysteel. So you get 20 points per tool in Skysteel if you finish them. But with Splendorous, you get 3. So many achievement points just waiting on the table for me to go... Okay, Deku, I do have a question. Is there 2 more steps to the tool? Is there 2 more steps? As in, should I unlock it? Like, if I unlock it today, if I unlock the next step today, then during 6.51 next week, we do that, unlock the final stage, and then during 6.55, our final Endwalker episode, I hand them in. So we should unlock this today. So during 6.55 stream, we finish the tool, right? I mean, I could always unlock it on 6.55 and then finish it that day. But, no. Especially as I'm gonna guess it might be Expert Crafts. La vie, Moen! Granite's itching to celebrate chores, always brilliant achievements. I tell ya. But ain't nothing more of a villain than watching me apprentice find success. Even my own contributions in the end were but a few words of encouragement and some lessons on maneuver and oil. We save for the first DT stream? Nah. We're gonna try and finish everything. Except for Margaret, because we can't do that. We're gonna try and go for everything. We're gonna try and go for the slam dunk. Everything will finish on 6.55. I will grind to 60 of every item in Island Sanctuary just to make sure I have extra gathering XP to try and make sure that we hit also rank 20 on 6.55. We're gonna go for it all. We're gonna aim to finish everything at 6.55. Except for Margaret, but that's fine, don't worry about it. You did a damn fine job as well, Minifist. After all the blood, sweat, tears, and components you put on into this on our behalf, we're here more than just a thank you and a pat on the back. Or it's time we hire raise a glass here, both in celebration. Well, sounds like a wonderful idea, Master Colonel. But me and I have a bit of respite. I thought you weren't partial to ales and brews and whatnot. Are you sure you'll be alright? You got a good memory, lass. The celebration ain't for me now, is it? Important thing is that you get out there and enjoy yourselves. They serve a mean purple carrot juice in the water and stairs, and that'll do me just fine. Speaking of which, so you ready to head on down? If I'm remembering right, Mr. Small should be finished with the usual dealings at Musica Universalis right now. So we might as well ask her and Kanana to join us. I love how Grenell is just like stone-faced sober. It's so fucking... It's just such a silly, like... Again, just like using reflections to just like do parodies. Like, this is so funny. I'd like to propose a toast. We've been down a very long road, and dare I say it, splendorous road together. We've forged incredible tools, as well as lasting friendships. I couldn't be more grateful for everyone's support. Today we have more than earned the right to eat, drink, and be merry. Christmas! You're like 11 days early, but let's go! Warrior Darkness, how many parties are you gonna throw down here? They're getting a little out of hand at this point. Ah, sight for me sore eyes. I haven't attended to gather unload this in ages. Reminds me of the night we met, eh? Stairs are full of folk from all corners of the realm, and yeah, it seems it was just the two of us. Can't really recall how many nights I spent after that, chatting about our hopes and dreams. To think that we would find ourselves here once again. It would seem the fates are kinder than I imagined. The day you departed on that long journey of yours, I feared I had forever lost my rough-spoken smith. Mrs. Mullen! I chose to water Smitty's path so I could become the man you'd be proud of. I haven't a single bleeding regret about my progress as a craftsman. But I'd never give myself for leaving you waiting on a Yulmoran terrace all these years. I'm always surprised if you resent me for it. It's all in the past, Grenell. Never once have I resented you for your actions. I could never do such a thing. Oh, Mrs. Mullen. Something I've been too afraid to tell you all these years, and I can't hide it any longer. Is this what I think it is? Should I call the Iron Type Master Grenell? It's a moment, Mrs. Mullen. Mistress Mullen. My dearest Mistress Mullen. Wait a moment, this is wine? Has Master Grenell been drinking this instead of his purple carrot juice the whole time? No! Sabotage! My dear sweet Grenell, you haven't changed one bit. Since the day you held your hammer aloft in pursuit of greatness, you filled my heart with hope and pride. And in time, I pray you gain the courage to lay bare this secret you hold so closely. We were tears on the ground down because she had to drink something non-alcoholic for once in her life. I'll be honest, a proposal is not something I ever thought we'd see in this game. This game has a very strict tendency to not advance, like, romantic relationships, basically ever. Either people are already in one, or it's teased slightly. Like, the most is, like, Y'shtola and Runa, and even then it's not explicit, and Reen and Gaia. Which, like, is never directly stated, but, like... Yeah. Well, this game usually doesn't progress relationships that are romantic. It's either don't have one, or it's already established. So something like a proposal is something I really never thought would actually see in this game. and I gotta admit, the way that Moen and Grenalt talk to each other, they are super cute. When these two aren't the absolute disasters of a human being that we know in the source, turns out these two interacting with each other is actually super adorable. Cattle. Ugh, feels like my noggin's full of sea slugs. Can't remember a blatant thing, but Miss Shorsley tells me that you had to drag me somewhere else back to the main. Think Miss Mullen's made for Gilmore already. Queues up for trouble at first time in months. Been God, someone with sprouts, I want death. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm afraid so. So she'd say she'd return to the Crystarium when next opportunity arose. So you'll have plenty of time to chat with her then. History repeats itself, and it's got a cruel sense of humor. A long time ago, Mistress Moen and I attended a similar banquet. I was supposed to be flagging a juice down for nary a second, but when I picked it back up to take a sip, I awoke the next day with a violent headache. I sour smack of wine in my mouth. I listen to you younger folk. Never forget where you leave your juice. But embarrassing anecdotes aside, there's work to be done. The shores I still may exceed the boutique's expectations, but something tells me it had even more potential behind that brilliant gleam. God, Smitty's intuition. Can't say what lies beyond the horizon, but if we draw out your tool's full adaptive abilities, may well be forged and works fit for the gods themselves. The grueling work was on better suited for the challenge than the earnest apprentice. Make sure your faith in me is not misplaced. Ah, that's what I like to hear. But now it's back to the draft and phase with us. We need all the time and provisions we can afford. We're gonna have our hands full for a while with the preparations, but when our plans are fully ironed out, you'll be the first to know, Minderfist. Till then, stay sharp and may your tools be your guiding star. Oh, so that was part of the last patch. Ah, that was part of the last patch. Okay. Dance like Moen is watching. Grenalt has a splendorous confession. Well, I know the tradeswoman of the hour. Things have been right busy here, if you haven't heard. Politics work in their mercantile magic to distribute Miss Shorsley's tools across the realm, and our mass-produced models have met with all manner of critical acclaim. It's not to be part of something so grand, but with great quality comes great expectations, so we must temper ourselves to the final enhancements to come. May your tools be your guiding heart, or whatever the fuck Sora said. Aye, that we do. This time, just having to turn the trades on their heads. Whereas with Mrs. Mullen, plan to pledge myself to prevent our tools, of course. These unsaid feelings of mine have been yanking my heartstrings about for too long. It's high time I put them into words. And ask Mrs. Mullen's hand in marriage! Yay! You almost did that last time. I reckon the feeling has always been mutual. We were too afraid to speak of it before I left on my long journey. Now so much time has passed. I've reached pinnacle on my trade and took my own apprentice like I always wanted. All that's left is to profit myself to Mistress Moen, and hope I'm still a man what she'd be proud to share her life with. Aha! I suppose that would explain your behavior at the party. You don't remember that, do you? That is to say, you two make quite the pair. So I had a feeling that was the case. Quite frankly, I'm almost surprised you two aren't wed after everything you've been through. Well, just make me emotions make me strong suit. Every time I try to confess my undying affections, I end up tongue-tied and weaker than a hobgoblin what lost his knife. I suppose I do this whole romance business without falling flat in my ass. One doesn't simply do romance, one must bring the romance! Well said, Manifest. Master Girl needs to put himself in a situation where the flowers of passion can bloom on their own, so to speak. Something that'll help him express his feelings to Mistress Mon. Let's see. Perhaps you could request a dance of some sort. If you had just let Mistress Mon off her feet, you might find the courage to let your heart run free! Now that you mention it, I did a few little jigs at parties we would frequent. Before I knew it, I'd find Mistress Mon on the dance floor next to me and we'd go stepping in time together. I just like the old days. I'll dance till my feet fall off if that's what it takes. Mistress Mon's a clever one. Only the element of surprise if I'm to woo her well and proper. In that manner, I'd be more than happy to assist. If memory serves, Mistress Mon will soon be attending some business in the Crystarium. Once that's concluded, I can inform her of an urgent matter that needs discussing and take her to you. You'd be doing me a great service. Bring it to the Exeter and I reckon I'll take it from there. A bit more door-inspired, but I've made it this far. I'm gonna turn back now. Wicked white, it's really happening. I mean, we knew it was bound to happen, I only got the excitement. You want to enter the Exeter Manifest. We'll meet you there once Master Granite remembers to do his deep breathing exercises. You must grab the romance by the hips and thrust it into... Deep breath, straight up. Just like it's your Miss Chores. Doppelganger. Doppelganger. It's like Exeter. Let's see an Doppelganger. Ow. The way that my tongue like rubbed against my lip there, it, like really tickled, and that like tickling my lips hurts apparently. This is it. Promise you won't laugh if I make a fool of myself. So we did this music in the first, because this is like Endwalker music. They're not like using a Shadowbringers version of this song. This is straight up the Endwalker music, but like we're hearing it in the first. Michelle's arrived! Act natural, you two. Not. So terrible at this. There's a rare treat to find you all outside the main. Can I get me abreast of the splendor of Stool's progress? So you plan to begin the final stage of his improvements. So what else I can assist you with? Mistress Moen, I would. Why? I remember those gallant services though yesterday. May I have this dance? Aww. Aww. Yeah! Bees knees! Yeah! These two fucking dorks just dancing at each other in the middle of the squad. Oh my god, they are Final Fantasy XIV ERPers. Bravo, bravo! I'd not expected such a pleasant surprise, but you, my dear Granite, are full of them. You never cease to amaze. Now's my chance. I swear to you, never a kill I've ever had the pleasure of forging. Will craft the most brilliant tool that ever graced a star. When all's said and done. Would you do me the honor of being me bride? He did it! Yes! Yes! Let's go! Oh, the journey. When you had short hair. When I watched you set out upon your journey long ago, I feared a day like this would never come. Your pursuit of greatness may have separated us, yet in arms we know that your feelings, like mine, are unchanged. The forge awaits, Granite. It is your calling, and I will not keep you from it. But know that when the flames die down and your toils are finished, I shall be yours. Yeah! Yeah! Go! Yeah! You have done much and more for the boutique and the providers of Northrons, my friends. I eagerly await the news of your continued success. Well, like, actually seeing a romantic storyline play out and, like, develop the whole relationship. Let's go! Let's go! We won't let you down. Let's go! So you best be prepared. We're boldly going where no tradesperson's gone before. I won't rest until our tools are the best damn things Northrons got to offer! Well, what are you waiting for? We got work to do. It's back to the main with us. Yes, Master Gretel, let's go! I suggest you head to the main as well before the post-proposal euphoria takes hold of Master Gretel. We won't be making any rash decisions with so much at stake. Let's go! Romance! Love! Let's go! I am proud of dragging you in my personal affairs, but I owe you me thanks nonetheless. Me honest, I felt this license today I met Mistress Mohan. I'll be damned if I let that go to waste. I'll be honored as an artisan. I'm about here and now to carve this inspiration upon everything I craft. It's meant to fashion you a legend on that emblem of ours. I'll also work along masterworks. Still, I don't know better than to walk this path by me lonesome. Oh, it's great to you both already, but would you hear me this slowly speaking one last time? I owe so much to your guidance, Master Colonel. But my honor to return the favor. One of us and I will pour out almost everything into the project, just as always. Ha! Thank you truly. Your support means more than I can say. Together we'll hammer out a tool that will guide Northrons to a new golden age of trade. Let go! Oh, the neck. Remarkable stuff. A tool for the ages! Frantic Visionary. Oh, the design is actually changing. Chores always having to forge her dreams into reality. We're actually changing the design. I've had a lot of like the glow has changed, like the coloring has changed, but this one's like the whole design's actually changing. I see you're as eager to get started as I am. Combination of hard work is finally at hand, and I'm ready to find out where efforts will lead. Goes the future of Northrop, but for Master Grenot as well. That's the way, lass. Now, but we got to fire up the forge, we better sign out our plans. Stakes are higher than the Bleeding Crystal Tower, and it never hurts to be too thorough. Current illusion device is a base for new model. Not like you got some right good foundation to work with. But it deserves a brand new design. Oh, so the heart and also lays like our upon it. Certainly to preserve the tool's adaptive properties as we improve upon the design. A new look won't mean bugger all without the same functionality to match, so I'm just taking a meticulous approach to ensure naught gets lost along the way. Don't worry, I'm just thinking. Aye, I work us all the better for your presence. Speaking of which, might as well get a few thoughts out of you while you're here. Wouldn't be much collaborative effort without your input. So anything particular you want us to keep in mind while we're taking your tools to the new heights? Hopes of those across Northrop to help shape these tools. Hopes and dreams. Oh, that's a lovely answer. I'm inclined to agree. During the early drafting stages for this stage of the project, I spoke to a great many artisans and providers around the me. So I'm looking at this game, I'm like, do I change her hair? And every time the answer is no. I will never change. Well, I changed it for like the wedding. That's like a very specific non-canon thing. Never gonna change Minifest's hair. If I change Minifest's hair, to me, she will no longer be Minifest is the issue. Look at her. I won't recognize her face if her hair is different. During the drafting stages for this phase of project, I spoke to a great many artisans and providers around the me. I was eager to find out what sorts of features they'd like to see in a new splendorous tool. And the council was enlightening. From the leads to the facets to the newest recruits, everyone's enthusiasm was palpable. If we can find a way to manifest that sentiment into our tool, we can inspire countless generations to come. I know more than anyone how much these tools have benefited us. They've given us confidence in our craft. They brought us closer together and as a community, I mean to share prosperity with all the realm. Yeah. Thankfully, Mrs. Keshi Trow was kind enough to offer her services to the boutique once again. Well, I'm sure you're well aware of what that entails by now. You know, procurement of trade goods possess, but so do we. So hard to like not just think about food. I'm so hungry right now. Like, I'm just getting distracted by just like thinking of just being like, do I want to like walk down the road after I finish stream to like get food? Or are my feet fucked because I've been barely been able to walk because I've been like so on my feet all this week that I don't do that. So hungry. I'm so hungry right now. Turns out when I said I was going for a break earlier and what I came back with for like food was chocolate coated popcorn. Not very filling, especially when I only had like 4 pieces. To improve your tool further will require a bountiful batch of inspirational carpenter's components. All particular plans at the ready. You need to do is probably an expertly crafted gym of Connoisseur's bamboo fences. Oh, and do remember to keep your splendorous tool equipped. It's imperative that we know how it reacts to the workload. If you always straight to Canaan and should provide us the components that we seek from your usual stock. Should be good. I'm sure you're quite accustomed to this by now, but we'll be ready and waiting once you've prepared everything. So we'll hand your hard-earned components over with your tool and we'll get straight to work. Again, I'm gonna assume if not this one, then definitely the next one is gonna be expert tools. It's gonna be expert crafts. That's what concerns me. So this is the last one, Connoisseur Jishi Odoshi. which is the name is confusing because I don't know what Northront would use that name. Thing is, all the hairstyle gives the same my roots are starting to show feel that the Shaggy Bob does. Oh, these ones are actually divided into more sections for quality. All the others, it's either 1 or 3 you get, but the last 2, they actually have an in-between 3 amount. Well, there you go. So if I go for crafting method for this... Oh, this is also expert. Oh, it starts with expert immediately. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, it immediately starts on expert. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, shit. How many do I need? I need 60. I need 60. Say craft again? Alright, craft. The one Hingon family that was visiting Northront when the flood hit? I guess. Oh, it does actually say here, yeah. For the bamboo fence. A piece crafted to satisfy the sitting eye of an avid collector. Though the far eastern regions of the first were lost to the flood. This priceless hedge carries on its legacy. Yeah, it does straight up say that. That the far east did have stuff like that, but yeah, they're gone now. Yeah, this relic of lands long lost. Oh, that's... Why is Emerald Weapon minion so gigantic? Not sure if that's one of the ones I missed. There's a few PvP rewards that I've missed over time. Fuck, this is so annoying. It's already starting with experts. Thing is, so what's the max quality? The max quality is 1500. Yeah, so you need basically max to get 3. The quality is like 15049 or something like that. So it effectively needs to be max to get the 3. Shit. I think this is gonna be like what I ended up doing for the Skysteel tools. If you remember when I turned that in, most of what I had was on rank 2. Most of what I had ended up being rank 2. It could be a case of try to work out a macro that guarantees at least rank 2 and just say fuck it and go from there. Ignore conditions, ignore stuff like that. Get a macro that at least gets to level 2 and just do that 30 times. Like, ignore condition, just do that. Because I have to get enough of these to get 60 pieces by next week. And then I have to do the same again, but possibly even for more pieces the week after. So, fuck. Well, I know what most of my next week's going to involve. Fortunately, I don't have Society Quest to worry about anymore. So outside of, like, getting my daily map and doing the front lines, which I won't have to worry about until the patch drops, and then my island stuff, I don't have to worry about other dailies. I'm done with this, so this is now making way for the end of the expert crafts, which is concerning. Yeah, do I have an Emmy? Do I have an emerald weapon? I do. I don't have a sapphire weapon. But I also don't know if that exists. So the Dauntra Orion Sleds is left by God the give, or at least ridiculous. No sapphire weapon minion. Fucking, you are not wrong. That is gigantic. Oh my god. Crafts, you are not wrong. Why the fuck is this thing so huge? Actually, from memory, Adamant is massive as well. Yeah, Adamant's fucking gigantic as well. DTR is fun. Speaking of this, I found this out like a couple weeks ago. I completely forgot to fucking mention it. Pretty sure I think it's bigger than Artesia. I found this out a couple weeks ago, and I completely forgot to mention it. And like, just like seeing the minions and like the brief reading of just like Eos and the Alliance fitting into that, I totally forgot. You know, okay. So you know how there's the pig mount, right? Remember how there's the pig mount? Remember Gongcha crossover, right? Remember how there was a Gongcha crossover and that gave you the King Pig mount? Remember that? Here's the description of the King Porksy mount. Unlike its kin, this Porksy was born without the ability to cure the tempered. Bruh! Bruh! This is a mount you get for just buying 3 bubble teas. You can redeem this in a Realm Reborn. You can redeem this in a Realm Reborn. And you just get it, and the description just says, by the way, unlike its kin, this pig can't cure the tempered. What the fuck? Rather than have it go to waste, however, it was made into a mount and given a crown. Perhaps to evoke a sense of luxury and comfort. What the hell? The fact that this fucking promotional mount... I got this before I did Matoya's Relict. I got this mount before I did Matoya's Relict. I got this mount while I couldn't stream. Because that's when the Gongcha promotion happens. I'm glad I never read the fucking description for it. I'm glad when I got this while I couldn't stream because that was like at the end of Shadowbringers. I'm glad I never read the fucking description for the fucking haha boba tea mount. What the hell? Like it's not even because it's like, oh yeah, because the Queen Porksy is the one that cures the tempered. Until 5.4, the concept that the tempered can be cured at all is not a thing. Oh, I don't know how. I don't know how the fuck this, like, got made as the description for this pig. I don't know how this got made as the description for this pig. For this pig that you can get at any fucking time because it's a crossover. It's so baffling. It's so baffling. I saw that a few weeks ago. because I was just going through mounts. So I was trying to like, because like I've got the crab here. Just like I was trying to like decide like different mounts for different jobs, and I'm just like, oh, if I'm a crafter on the island, I love running around on like the crab on an island, but now it's like on there. Because this hotbar is like set per job. No, this one. I'm sorry, not this one. No, not this one. This one. This hotbar is set per job, so I can change the chocobo to different things for that. It's like if I go to Dark Knight. If I go Dark Knight, then my Dark Knight mount is an Amaro instead of that. So I was going through my mounts to be like, do I want to change every job to have like a unique mount? And I kind of still want to do that. But yeah, I was going through that and I was just like, oh, let me just like go through all my mounts and see what that is. And then I saw the King Porksy and I'm like, oh yeah, the Boba Tea. What the fuck? Might be worth putting in a ticket to change that legit. Might not super matter because event, but still. I'm blown away. I am blown away that big of a spoiler is in a fucking mount. Promotional mount thing. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. Anyways, we shall end the stream there. So I saw that a while ago and I've like, it's been on my mind to mention it on stream, and then every single stream I forget to mention it on stream, and then just like seeing a minion description just reminded me of it. Oh my god. Yeah, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane description spoilers. Like, absolutely fucked. And anyways, we're ending the episode there. Stay tuned next week. Next week is Variant Dungeon time. We have another one coming up. Feels like not long ago we did the last one. Because it was like 2 streams ago. When we did Mount Rocker. But we have another Variant Dungeon. Again, because I have a concert planned next week. The idea is, at least for the stream crowd, that the episode will start early, assuming I wake up. Basically, the plan is I want to start it 2 hours early. So if I wake up that early, I will start it then. If not, I will just start it like the moment that earliest I possibly can when I wake up. There's not a lot to do next week other than that. It's basically just we do the Variant Dungeon. And then it's just all of our weekly check-ins, like, Island Sanctuary, the Splendorous Tool, and Custom Delivery. But all of those things, if we don't get them done that day, I can just do them next day. Because weekly resets on a Tuesday. So if I can't get it all done on the day that we do the Variant Dungeon, then as long as I stream the Monday, I can just, like, do the Splendorous Tools, Island Sanctuary stuff then. Might be what I end up doing regardless of how long it takes, because, again, Variant Dungeons are super long, and I have a concert that night. But yeah, that is next week! And then the week after that, we finish Endwalker, truly and completely, 6.55, including 6.55 MSQ. Everything will be done. 2 streams left of Endwalker. 3 if you count Lodestone Stories, because that'll also happen at some point. I don't know exactly when. Likely between 5.1 and 5.5. I forgot about the insane spoiler Crystal Conflicts map. Oh, I heard about that at some point. I have not played Crystal Conflicts, just to make sure. Yeah. I have not played Crystal Conflicts since I heard a Dawn Trail map was added. I heard a Dawn Trail map was added to Crystalline Conflicts, so I've just not played Crystalline Conflicts like since. So there is that. I have had to make sure I stay away from that as well. I've also heard about that since. It's straight up inside the new city. Okay. I don't want my first time seeing Tulialal. I'm gonna assume that's the city. I probably don't want the first time I see Tulialal to be inside a Crystalline Conflicts map. I'd probably rather see it when I go there for the first time. Wild guess. Wild guess. Wild guess would probably be a bit more impactful to go there first and then do Crystalline Conflict on there. Anyways, I'm out of here. Oh, and by the time the next stream happens, also 7.4 will have dropped. So 7.4 stuff. Glamour stuff is part of that. If I have time, there'll be a little glamour things. I don't know. Some other stuff's happening in 7.4, but you know, we'll have so much of our time occupied with Variant Dungeon that I don't have time to actually explore any of it. But anyways, I'm out of here. A stream that managed to be under 7 hours for Final Fantasy XIV. I'll fucking take it. Either way, thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, this is version 2, signing out.